If the world hates you, just remember that it has hated me first. If you belong to the world, then the world would love you as its own. But I chose you from this world, and you do not belong to it. That is why the world hates you. Whoever hates me, hates my father also. They would not have been guilty of sin if I had not done among them the things that no one else ever did. As it is, they have seen what I did, and they hate both me and my father. They hated me for no reason at all.
Are here live in the flesh, chapter 1156, short summary spoilers. I have not read them, but I heard it's a banger. I heard we got some Rocksteady Zebek stuff. Ooh, I'm excited to see. Cold Kick, God bless. Mo, God bless. Eli, God bless. RT, God bless. JJ, God bless. Young Smokey, God bless. Everyone that's here, make sure you guys drop a like on the stream. Get some chat messages in. Do all that YouTube stuff. This man Mo is in Germany right now. Based. Call me a conspiracy theorist. I believe Oda saw how much the fandom was gassing up rocks. He chose to give Roger and Garp gas. Yeah, bro, I believe it. Oda knows what his community's feeling, because don't forget, Oda gets probably thousands of SBS questions every month, bro. He's getting thousands of questions. He knows how the fan base feels. But chat, check this out. Look, before I went live, I had to pick up a chicken rice. But what I did was I cooked 2 eggs, threw them on top of the chicken rice, so you can't really see. But got 2 eggs. I got some cucumber. You see that? Some cucumber, some chicken, some white, clean, skinless chicken, some jalapenos, white rice. I got some ginger. Ooh, this is about to hit. We're going to eat, chat. I'm not going to lie. We're going to eat while we're live. So if you guys got any food or if you guys got any snacks, join me. And also, you guys know we got to top it off with the white monster. You guys know that's how we do. I didn't feel like getting a coffee, so all right, chat. Let's jump into a prayer. No, I don't got mascara on. My sleep schedule has been wonky, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I keep waking up like 6 times a night. I don't know, man. But here, chat, we're gonna go for a prayer. God bless it, Dina. We're gonna go for a prayer and just get straight into this, because I want to read this. And guys, we do have a break next week. There's a break next week, man. And it's not even because of Oda. It's because of the magazine, bro. It's not even Oda because of the break. It's the magazine. Can you believe that, bro? Can you believe that, man? Break chapter. Break. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners, now and at the hour of our death. Amen. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. I believe in one God, the Father Almighty, maker of heaven and earth, of all things visible and invisible. I believe in one Lord, Jesus Christ, the only Son of God, the only Son of God, born of the Father before all ages, God from God, light from light, true God from true God, begotten, not made, consubstantial with the Father. Through him all things are made. For us men and for our salvation, he came down from heaven, and by the Holy Spirit was incarnate of the Virgin Mary and became man. For our sake, he was crucified under Pontius Pilate. He suffered death and was buried. And he rose again on the 3rd day in accordance with the scriptures. He ascended into heaven. He is seated at the right hand of the Father. He will come down again in glory to judge the living and the dead, and his kingdom will have no end. I believe in the Holy Spirit, the Lord, the giver of life, who proceeds from the Father and the Son, who with the Father and the Son is adored and is glorified, who has spoken through the prophets. I believe in one holy Catholic and Apostolic Church. I confess one baptism for the forgiveness of sins, and I look forward to the resurrection of the dead in the world to come. Amen. My Lord and my God, I thank you with all my heart. Thank you for every breath, every morning, every mercy. Thank you for your cross, for shedding your blood to save me. Thank you for loving me even when I didn't love you. I'm waiting patiently while I wandered, and for calling me back with tenderness and truth. Thank you for the grace that keeps me standing. Thank you for your word that gives me life. Lord Jesus, you did not come to condemn, but to save. You touched the sick and they were healed. You spoke and the storm stopped. You commanded demons and they fled. You saw the unseen, loved the rejected, forgave the sinful. You met the Samaritan woman at the well. You knew her past. You didn't shame her. Instead, you gave her living water. She left her water jar. She left her shame, her sins, her old self, and ran to bring others to you. Lord, help me leave my jar too. Let me stop clinging to my past, my habits, my guilt. Make me new, like you made her new. You healed the blind. Lord, open my eyes to see truth and beauty. You cleansed the leper. Cleanse me from the stains of sin that cling to my heart. You raised the dead. Raise my soul when it grows cold and distant. You gave the woman caught in you forgave the woman caught in adultery. Forgive me, Lord, and teach me to sin no more. You multiplied the bread. Multiply love, patience, and kindness in me. You walked in water. Help me trust you when everything around me feels unstable. You calmed the storm. Speak peace into my anxiety, my fears, my temptations. You cast out demons. Drive away every dark thought, every hidden chain in my life. Lord, I ask you, change me. Give me a heart full of love, a spirit of deep humility, a soul that longs for holiness. Make me gentle when I want to fight, silent when I want to gossip, faithful when I want to give up. I glorify you and adore you above all things, Christ Jesus. There's nothing that could ever be higher than you. Glory be to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit. Amen. Chat. It's time. It is that time. 11:56. Yo, wait. You guys know what I'm about to ask. Before we even start, how are we feeling about this? Is this gonna be a banger? Because I'm getting the vibe it's a banger. Yo, Guts, God bless, bro. God bless, bro. I'm doing good. I woke up not that long ago, bro. I woke up and then I was like, you know what? Instead of waiting all the way tonight to go live, I'll just go live right now. Because bro, it's like the leakers always do the opposite of what I want. They will always do the opposite. Like, I don't know, bro. I think some of the leakers, they spy on me, bro. They drop the spoilers whenever it's the least convenient time for me. 8 out of 10, 8.5. Some people could complain, but I'll get back to you. Hey, I know that SL, right? Shout out to that boy SL Spiritual Living. Yo, SL, he pinged me in the server. I didn't read the spoilers yet, but he pinged me and he's like, see, bro, Zebek needed 2 fruits so he could beat Emu, right? But I'm saying, yo, why did he need 2 fruits? If this man Zebek, right, if he was so strong, well, let me not say it that way because I do believe Zebek is strong, obviously. But if Zebek was stronger than Emu, why you got to make an excuse and say like, oh, well, he needs a second devil fruit, you know, so that he could be prepared and he could take on Emu. Bro, I thought he was him, though. I thought we had Zebek over Emu, though. How are you going to say, oh, I got Zebek over Emu, but the narrator says that there's nothing Zebek could do except leave with a few words. And then on top of that, oh, well, he can't really fight Emu unless he gets that second devil fruit. Well, what does that tell you about Emu? And it makes perfect sense. The whole One Piece plot depends on Emu. if you really think about it. And I'll go into this a bit deeper in a second. But the entire One Piece plot depends on Emu, because without Emu, there is no Void Century. And without no Void Century, there is no Joy Boy. And without a Joy Boy, there is no One Piece treasure. So without Emu, the core of the story doesn't even work. All right, let's just begin, chat. All right, 1156 brief spoilers. In the color spread, we see Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and Nami in the front, with Roger, Rayleigh, and Gabon in the back. And the other Straw Hats are also in the color spread, but they are small, sitting on Luffy and in his pockets. Okay, don't really care. Cute, I guess. PB. Oh, is this a different peanut butter? Or is this... No, I think this is the same peanut butter. Anthony, God bless, bro. Cool Kid, God bless. Did I miss anyone in the chat? Is there anyone in the chat I haven't said hello to? Let me know. All right. First point, Kuja Pirate. Okay, so fair enough. Fair enough. Before I even read this point, there was a hint. And the hint was the Jolly Roger. It was the Jolly Roger of the Kuja Pirates. I usually hate the hints, but fair enough. Technically, this hint is on point. Kuja Pirates and Roger Pirates clashed in the sea. Yo, that had to have been a negative diff, right? Negative on the Kuja Pirates. Yo, surely the Kuja Pirates didn't put up a good fight, right? Come on. Before I even finish reading this point, please tell me that the Roger Pirates low diff them. You know what? Matter of fact, Oda. Let me talk to you, Oda. Let me talk to you. I'm getting sick of how you're treating the Pirate King agenda, bro. No One Piece fan wants to say it. Yo, whatever. I'll stand up and say it. Oda, I'm tired of how you're treating the Pirate King agenda, bro. You want the Straw Hats to be the Pirate King crew. 90% of them don't even have hockey. Look at the Roger crew. Yeah, you got Roger, you got Rayleigh, you got Gabon. You look at the rest of the crew, it is literally fodder that no one can name. You don't really see any crazy battles. I mean, I guess you could say God Valley, but then again, Garp had to be there. You could say Shiki, but then again, can anyone name Shiki's crew? Was it pretty much the entire Roger crew versus Shiki crew? It wasn't even a real fight either. They were like on sea and they got hit by a hurricane. It's just like, I feel like Oda is making the Pirate King agenda just like gay. Am I the only one that feels that way? Hold on, chat. I'm hungry, man. Need to get my protein in. All right. Kuja Pirates and Roger Pirates clash in the sea. All the Roger Pirates were captivated by Shukuyaku's beauty, Shaki, right? By Shakuyaku's beauty, and they couldn't fight 100%. See? Couldn't fight 100%. Gloriosa loved Roger. Hey, Smokey, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Listen. Gloriosa loved Roger. Boa loved Luffy. And that one Empress that Oda just revealed like a few months ago, maybe like a year ago, that's Dragon's wife. I'm telling you. Hey, I'm dying on the agenda. I'm dying on the hill, bro. How ironic, bro. Isn't that ironic? Oda never, ever talked about the missing Empress of Amazon Lily. He never talked about it. And he introduced that concept when? Back in the Amazon Lily arc. Okay, well, when was the Amazon Lily arc? Over 10 years ago. But you know what? We pump out the theory of Luffy's mom being the missing Empress of Amazon Lily. Now, all of a sudden, there's SBS question about that Empress. And Oda reveals that Empress? Hold on, chat. You can't tell me that's a little too convenient, bro. You can't tell me that's just convenient. Think about it. 10 years straight, Oda said nothing. Nothing. Oda said nothing about the missing Empress of Amazon Lily. We put out the theory. It causes a forest fire on the internet. Everyone's talking about Luffy's mom being the missing Empress. What happens? Oda puts an SBS question about that Empress. Exactly. The Empresses of Amazon Lily have an attraction to Joy Boy's will. You think Roger had Joy Boy's will? And you know, one of the reasons that this is a biased reason, right? One of the reasons I really like the theory of Luffy's mom being a missing Empress of Amazon Lily is because that was one of those theories where I just did completely on my own, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe you guys could go double check. Go double check my video on it. I think I have 2 videos on it. Go double check. But with Luffy's mom being from Amazon Lily, if I remember correctly, I just did that like completely on my own. Usually, like when I have theories, I'll work with King J. I'll work with Dawn of Ascension. I'll work with Joe Three Skull Theories. I'll work with Marshall D. Preach. You know, I'll usually have information from like other people and stuff like that. I'll work with Greg. You know, but with Amazon Lily one, if I remember correctly, I just did that on my own. So it's really cool because now like it's such a popular theory. Like I feel like a lot of people have heard of that concept, you know? It's pretty cool. Whether, people coincidentally came to that same conclusion on their own or if people were inspired, it's still nice to see. Saw you at the mall with the torta last week. Hope DOA isn't here. Hey, you won't catch me at no mall with no torta, bro. Not happening. Yo, Abigna. I think, where's L? I think Abigna's trying to become one of the top rated roasters. The top rated roasters and the memers. Have you noticed that? Where's Young Smokey? Chat, have you guys noticed that? Or at least Smokey, have you noticed that? This man, Abigna, he's trying to be like a top memer. Like he's coming out of nowhere, bro. The past few streams. Wong Wokey with the $100 super chat. Thank you, brother. God bless. Thank you so much, bro. I feel like if Luffy's mom is this Empress, I believe it's a Oda twist. Possibility. I think you meant possibly instead of possibility. Possibly that the love sickness that killed her, I believe this could be a red herring as she died from loving and being separated from Luffy. Luffy could have been the first male born in Amazon Lily. Matter of fact, this man Smokey just dropped the heater. Because let me tell you something, Smokey. In that video, I'm pretty sure I pointed this out. But I know to some people this might seem like a complete cop-out, right? But Smokey, think about it. Oda's always trying to set rules in the story. He's always trying to set like lines in the sand. He's always trying to set patterns. But Oda loves to break his own rules, break his own patterns and stuff like that. Right? So Oda says, oh, only 2 characters, only a character can only have 1 devil fruit. 3 arcs later, a character eats 2 devil fruits. Oda makes like the standard of like the emperors, like these really strong, tall, powerful people with all these islands. Then he makes Buggy an emperor. You know what I'm saying? So here's the thing, right? You mentioned Luffy being the first male on Amazon Lily. That would be one of those rule breakers. That would be one of those pattern breakers. You get what I'm saying? And honestly, it's not even a far-fetched It's not even a far-fetched thing, like for Luffy to break that pattern. You know what? It could even be the case that if a woman from Amazon Lily gives birth to a boy, maybe she dies. Maybe that's the case, bro. Or maybe it's just propaganda. The women of Amazon Lily, they take so much pride in being women that they have to just keep it in complete secrecy when they give birth to a boy. Thank you, Young Smokey. God bless. Hey, Amuni. God bless, bro. For fun. God bless. Glad to see you guys here. Thank you so much, Smokey, with the hundo. Let that man Smokey cook, bro. Smokey might be the best theorist in this community, bro. Yo, Smokey, you want to start ghostwriting for me? Smokey should start ghostwriting. Who agrees? I know you guys don't like to watch people eat. I'm starving. Let me finish my food. Thank you so much, Smokey. And with the 10. God bless, bro. Thank you. Hey, by the way, Smokey, remind me, bro. What is the problem with Stream Elements again? I need to contact the customer support on Stream Elements. Can you remind me what the problem is? Is it that like the web page itself doesn't load, or is it that like the payment doesn't go through? What's the problem with Stream Elements? Thank you, Young Smokey, with the 10, bro. God bless. If the kids of Amazon Lily, they stay if they are male and kill them, aka Hiei backstory from Yu Yu Hakusho. This could be repeat anime trope. Yo, I actually watched a little bit of Yu Yu Hakusho like years ago, bro. Isn't Hiei like the really cool looking character? I don't even remember the lore. I think Hiei, that's the main character. And I think he had some kind of problem with his mom. There was some kind of narrative with his mom. Yo, Smokey, you got to remind me, bro. Remind me via super chat. No, I'm joking. But remind me what you're talking about. Hiei, I'm pretty sure that's the main character. There's some type of narrative with his mom. Like his mom hated him, or like his mom tried to kill him or something. Maybe first Joy Boy was Amazon Lily. Stay if they're female and kill if they're males. Yeah, bro. And honestly, when you look at the personalities of Amazon Lily women, I wouldn't doubt that. By the way, I saw Dawn of Ascension in the chat. God bless. I like this actually wokey www because we couldn't have seen kids from Empresses, or have we? And it's implied. I don't know. Some people think that Mihawk is the descendant of Shaki. Who believes that? Mihawk is Shaki's son. Another 10. True, Eli. It is a type of son. Smokey with another 10. Thank you so much. God bless, brother. I'm saying the Amazon Lily women keep and raise the girls, and they kill and get rid of the boys. Hiei's mom's village hated him and tried to kill him and threw him off a cliff. Okay, thank you for reminding me, bro. Thank you. So Hiei's mom's village, they hated Hiei, right? And Hiei, isn't he the main character? I think Hiei is the main character at Yu Yu Hakusho. Hiei's mom, right? Her village hated the main character Hiei. So the mom's village tried to kill Hiei and threw him off a cliff, which, by the way, what is that, like Loki being thrown off the tree? Yo, let that man Smokey cook, bro. Yo, chat, Smokey's cooking so hard, I see nothing but smoke. Man, like every time I wash my hair the day after, my hair just goes in like these really stupid random positions, bro. Shout out to that man, one Wokey. Hey, but to get back to what you're truly saying though, Smokey, honestly, I don't think it's that far-fetched. Like, of course, we're gonna see, common anime manga tropes in One Piece, right? It's only natural. At the end of the day, Oda loves manga. He loves Naruto. He loves Dragon Ball. He's best friends with other mangaka. He literally had to work as a what do you call it? Like a helper artist, like an illustrator or whatever for other manga before he started One Piece. So of course, like in One Piece, we're gonna see common anime manga tropes. So with that being said, I think you're onto something, bro. I think you're onto something. It is directly stated somewhere in the manga or SBS, males have never been born on Amazon Lily. I believe that Luffy's an exception. Yeah, it was the narrator. I know what you're talking about. It was the narrator. There was a panel of the island of Amazon Lily, like at a distance. Like the camera was way far back from the island, so you could see the island in the panel. And the narrator box says that males have never been born. But you know what? That might be Oda trolling because it's saying that they've never been born on Amazon Lily. What about outside of Amazon Lily? They've never been born on Amazon Lily. Hey, I'm just saying, when they get that gender diagnosis, the women from Amazon Lily, what do? They go to another island. Come on, bro. Think about it. Yo, SL, God bless, bro. Yeah, I think Zebek is superior to Emu in terms of combat prowess, but didn't have the means to finish them. He needed a fruit to end them entirely. Does that make sense? Well, I don't know. I mean, I think like this is one of those Occam razor things. And SL, I have no agenda. There's no reason that I would be like anti-Zebek. If anything, right now I would be pro Zebek. Zebek has the craziest intro ever. But I don't have any like anti-Zebek pro Emu agenda. It's just like it appears to me where it's like if the narrator's telling you that Zebek can't do anything, right? Look at what the narrator says. Go to the officials, brother. The narrator saying that Zebek couldn't do much. He couldn't do anything, so he just left with a few words. I mean, like that already kind of presents Zebek in a certain way, right? Then it's like, okay, he didn't want to fight Emu without a second fruit, which by the way, I'm still on the first point of the spoilers. So let's refocus, chat. Gloriosa loved Roger. She was sick like Hancock, but even Roger was captivated by Shakuyaku. Oh, so it was a love triangle. Gloriosa loved Roger, but Roger loved Shakuyaku. And then Shakuyaku, who did she love? Rayleigh. Oh, yo, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura. Rayleigh betrayed Roger. Gloriosa is to Hinata. No. Gloriosa is to Hinata. Naruto is to Roger. Sakura is to Shakuyaku. Rayleigh is to Zoro. Yo, don't let me cook, chat. I will burn the kitchen down. Suddenly, Garp's ship approached them. Garp? Suddenly, Garp's ship... I like took a second to like process in my mind. I read that. Suddenly, Garp's ship approached. Wait, Garp? Yo, this man, Garp, was low-key homies with Roger and Dragon. Obviously, Dragon, I mean, that's his son, right? But, yo, high key. This man, Garp, is a double agent. Yo, does that make Garp a snitch? Hey, I don't ever see people calling Garp a snitch. You guys love to call Shanks a snitch. And I'm saying this as someone who believes Mihawk is stronger than Shanks, which really doesn't mean anything about like Shanks' character. But, hey, you guys love to talk about, oh, Shanks is a rat. Shanks is a rat. Shanks is a rat. Why aren't you guys talking about Garp being a rat? If anything, it's worse for Garp. He's older. Garp knows the rules of the streets more, bro. He's been in the streets longer. Can't even say streets. Garp has been in the seas longer. Come on. Shanks, where's Shanks from? Shanks had a silver spoon. His family's from Marijwa. He was on the Pirate King's crew, the richest pirate crew. Look at Shanks. Shanks wasn't in the seas like that. But Garp, I'm pretty sure Garp and Dragon, where are they from? They're from the slums of Goa Kingdom. I don't see anyone calling Garp a rat. But you guys want to call Shanks a rat. That's crazy. Come on, I can't be the only person that sees this hypocrisy. My bad, Guts, that was an accident. Wait, what happened? Wait, is Guts banned or is he muted? Or timed out? Why did Roger stop Rocks if he's going after the world government? It might be more than that. Roger stopping Rocks. Maybe the argument of you can't stop me. I have your same enemy. Maybe that doesn't hold weight compared to something else that Zebek is trying to do. Like if Zebek has a plan to become the king of the world and make the world 1,000 times worse than Emu running it, then maybe Roger's like, yo, honestly, having the world government and Emu run the world is terrible, right? We hate the world government. We hate the CDs. But Zebek, what I'm hearing from you is even worse, bro. You get what I'm saying? Or it could be some alternate reason, some ulterior motive. It might have something to do with getting to Laughtail. Remember, Roger at that point, he didn't know how to get to Laughtail. I don't think he knew too much about the road poneglyphs. He had to go talk to Zebek. Come on, bro. They have generational D nepotism. Bro, what? The D clan members, the D clan, bro, there is no nepotism in the D clan. The D clan gets disrespected. They get spit on. They're made the butts of jokes. Look what Corazon said. Corazon was telling Law, he was like, yeah, if you're a bad boy, if you're a bad kid, the D will gobble you up. Which, by the way, pause. And secondly, this shows how like the D clan's always been like a mockery. If there's any nepotism, it's the Celestial Dragons. Bro, think of it this way. The D clan are like Christians. The Celestial Dragons are like, anyways. My man, Mr. Aura Farmer Zebek, knew about Nika, Davy Jones, Emu, and everything about Yami Yami and Nika Fruit, Ancient Weapon, Pluton, way before Roger. Yeah, probably. Who can't figure it out? I don't know. Joyous Boyus, you're my goat. God bless. You know who the real goat is? You know who makes theories that are like 1,000 times better than mine that actually come true? Jesus Christ. That's the real goat. The real lamb. I can't believe Oda introduced a love triangle. Facts, bro. Wouldn't Rayleigh be Sasuke since Sakura loved him? Wait, did I say Sakura? I meant Sasuke. Gloriosa would be Hinata. Roger would be Naruto. Shaki would be Sakura, and then Rayleigh would be Sasuke. Did I say Sakura for Rayleigh? I meant Sasuke. Bro, I did not say Zoro's. Yo, stop the cap. I did not say Zoro. Yo, why is this chat actually tame right now? I've noticed something, bro. If I go live at nighttime for me, which should be like morning time for the US, The chat is completely untamed, super sus, disgusting, awful, all of that kind of stuff, which doesn't make sense because the majority of my viewers are from the US. So you mean to tell me if I stream at nighttime, which is actually the morning for US, everyone wakes up in a sus mood? Everyone wakes up saying some really cringy, nasty, vile, Robin Toes, gay stuff, right? But then if I stream in the morning my time, which is the nighttime of US, everyone's more tame. Wouldn't it be the opposite? Wouldn't you guys think that people would be tame in the morning and then at nighttime the freak comes out? But it seems like it's the opposite. You guys in the US, you wake up in the morning and your first thought is Robin's feet, some gay stuff. Look how calm this chat is. This chat is actually sane, you know? Viswa, God bless. I'm glad to see you here, bro. You did say Zoro. You really did. Yo, there's no way I said Zoro. There's no way. I don't believe it. All right, next point. Yo, we've been live for how long? We've been live for 36 minutes. We finished 1 point of the spoilers. All right. Kuja Pirates and Roger Pirates. Wait, no. Wait, did I miss a point? Wait, I skipped a point. Kuja Pirates were idols for people all over the world. At the time, Gloriosa was the captain and Shakuyaku was number 2. But Shakuyaku was the people's favorite for her beauty. Okay, well, there's nothing to say. Yo, what a waste of a chapter, bro. We don't care about the Kuja Pirates, man. Suddenly, Garp's ship approached them, so the Kuja Pirates escaped. While the Roger Pirates fought the Marines, Roger and Garp had a brutal clash with a wave of Supreme King Haki. Roger used his sword and Garp used his fist. Bro, how can anyone be surprised that Garp has conquerors? Is there anyone out there that genuinely felt like Garp wouldn't have conquerors? And don't get me wrong, right? Wait, no. Didn't we see... Wait. Scratch that. Chat, did Garp use conquerors on Hachinosu? I don't remember. But, like, here's the thing, right? Garp having conquerors is one of those things where maybe for a while in the story, it wasn't confirmed, but it was so obviously true. Did Garp use conquerors on Hachinosu? God bless Real One. He showed it to Aokiji. Can anyone else confirm? Did Garp use conquerors against Aokiji? Just woke up and I see Evil live. What on earth is happening? Yeah. I have a free day. And I was asking my server if I should just go live. Young Smokey with another 10. God bless. Thank you, bro. Extra info, 2 chapter spoilers. Garp and Roger use new attacks and are named. Let's go. Doesn't Roger only have like one named attack? Divine Departure or whatever? Can anyone correct me? Does Roger even have more than one named attack? I think his only named attack is Divine Departure, but I don't want to say that too confidently. Can someone correct me if I'm wrong? Also, Garp. I think we only seen one named attack from Garp. Galaxy Impact, right? Does Garp also only have one named attack? Garp and Roger only had one until now? Yo, does anyone have any bets on what Roger's attack will be called? So, Divine Departure. maybe his new attack is like divine arrival. Divine arrival, bro. Think about it. It's like Izanagi and Izanami, bro. Think about it. Galaxy divide. Galaxy, okay, so like galaxy impact, right? So maybe it would be like galaxy. What's like an adjective to impact? Or like an antonym to impact? Too many clashes, not enough fights. Yeah, bro. We're probably going to be on that wave for a while until we get back to the island of Elbaf in modern day. Wait, are you being serious? Roger or Garp did Galaxy Divide? Oh, he did use Galaxy Divide. Yo, my brother in Christ, I do not remember that at all, yo. Galaxy Divide. See, chat, this is why we need to reread. Yo, I do not remember that at all, bro. If someone put a gun to my head and like quizzed me on this and asked me if Garp ever used an attack called Galaxy Divide, I would say no, and I would say no, and then end up saying I would say no, and then end up saying, no, man, that attack isn't called Galaxy Divide, it's called Galaxy Impact. That's crazy, man. I don't remember that. Galaxy, and then Blue Hole. I'm looking at his wiki right now. Galaxy Impacts, Galaxy Divide, Fist of Love, Blue Hole, Pirate Fireballs. Oh, yeah, I remember Pirate Fireballs. All right. Are there any more guesses on the name of the attack? Let's just move on. Let's just move on. Man, chat, like a grain of rice went like up the wrong tube and it's making me cough and sneeze. This is very uncomfortable. All right, let's continue. Loki planned to join the Rocks Pirates next time they return to Elbaf. Yo, there is no next time, bro. Yo, Loki, there is no next time. Little did you know, this man Roger got his pack smoked. Little did you know, this man. Wait, did I say Roger? I meant Zebek. Little did you know, well, Zebek got his pack smoked. Loki planned to join the Rock Pirates. Dude, that crew would be so broken. And then alternate timeline, right? In an alternate timeline where Loki joined the Rock's Pirates, that would be the strongest crew of all time, bro. Think about it. Zebek, Kaido, Whitebeard, Big Mom, Loki. Imagine Zebek like didn't die. His whole crew got a lot older and stronger, and Loki was in it. That would be by far the strongest crew of all time, bro. I don't even care if they went to Laugh Tale or not. That would be the strongest crew. Yo, Garp is lucky. Garp and Roger especially. Roger is lucky. Had Zebek not died and his whole crew lived to be older and stronger and Loki was in it, Roger would have no chance, bro. Imagine you gave like, you know, Kaido, Whitebeard, Big Mom, Shiki. Imagine you gave them another 15 years and Loki was in the crew. They would be unstoppable. In Hachinosu, we see the Rocks pirates with new crew members like Big Mom, Kaido, Silver Axe, and John. Rocks told all of them that Elbaf is very important to destroy the Holy Land. Rocks also explained his plan at the end of the chapter. First, he needed 2 legendary devil fruits. Yo, this man Blackbeard took the will of Zebek. Blackbeard has the Rocks D Zebek will. Rocks also explained his plan at the end of the chapter. First, he needed 2 legendary devil fruits, and one of them was in Elbaf. He also needed to find the Galilei Pie. Okay, I don't care about the Galilei Giants. End of the chapter. Break next week. Which, by the way, even though there's a break after this, I heard that the leaks, or I heard that the break is a magazine break, and when that happens, the leaks usually come early. Yo, chat. Oh man, Otis putting a lot of attention on the legendary fruit of Elbaf. Yo, chat. Everyone comment down below. What is the legendary fruit in Elbaf, bro? We were talking about this like a week ago. Low key, if you think about it, the Ope Ope no Mi went into circulation at the same time as the whole fiasco with this devil fruit, like right before. The Ope Ope no Mi went into circulation. So that's one option. The second option is maybe it's the Yami Yami no Mi. The third option is obviously everyone's thinking the Nika fruit. What is everyone's bet on the legendary fruit of Elbaf? I want to know. What do you guys think the fruit is? What fruit is it? I think everyone's going to sleep on the Ope Ope no Mi. When in reality, the Ope Ope no Mi is a legendary fruit. It was in circulation around the same time as the whole Elbaf legendary fruit stuff and it being stolen. Watch, no one's going to say Ope Ope, even though that makes sense, man. Young Smokey with the 10. Thank you, brother. God bless. The question is, did Loki actually eat that so-called legendary fruit like we are led to believe? See, for questions like this, we have to wonder, yo, am I getting sick? Hold on. Bro, I hope I'm not getting sick again, man. So for questions like this, right, we have to wonder about other details about like other fruits and stuff like that. So for an example, right, in order to ask or in order to answer if Loki ate that fruit or not, we have to kind of answer what the fruit is. If he ate it, it can't be the Ope Ope no Mi. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm leading to. So for an example, if it's the Nika fruit, then no, it's most likely not the case that Loki ate the fruit. If it's the Yami Yami, well, it actually in that case, it can't be any fruit. Because like it can't be any fruit that someone currently has, because then that means Loki would have had to die, but we know he's alive right now. You get what I'm saying? So if Loki ate the Nika fruit, why does Luffy have it and Loki's alive? Loki would have had to die so the fruit can go back into circulation for Luffy to eat. But Loki didn't die. He's literally alive right now. So you could use that argument for the Nika fruit, the Ope fruit, the Yami fruit, etc. So let me put it this way. Let me answer it this way, Smokey. If Loki ate the legendary devil fruit of Elbaf, then it has to be a unique fruit that no one else has right now, because Loki is alive. He didn't die for the fruit to go into circulation. Does that make sense? But here's the question, bro. You know what confuses me? Let me show you what confuses me, bro. Let me show you what confuses me, chat. We got a hint, right? Where is it? We got this hint right here. We got this hint. This is a hint for the chapter. Oh, you know what? I get this hint, bro. I understand this hint. This hint isn't about the Gomu Gomu no Mi or the Yami Yami no Mi per se. This hint is about 2 devil fruits, essentially. So that hint is meant to like hint at Rock's wanting 2 legendary fruits. Which, by the way, here's the interesting thing, chat. Rock's says he wants 2 legendary devil fruits, right? And one of them is an Elbaf. But here's the thing. Because of how these spoilers are worded, it doesn't necessarily mean that Zebek has one of them. Do you guys get what I'm saying? You guys get what I'm saying? Look, let me show you an example, right? In order to make a phone call, I need 2 cell phones, right? You see this? Now I don't have those 2 cell phones, okay? Let me give you guys my example. Look, let's read this spoiler and then I'm going to show you my example. Rox also explained his plan at the end of the chapter. First, he needed 2 legendary devil fruits and one of them was an Elbaf. He also needed to find the Galila pirates or giants. So let me give you guys an example, right? Let's say I have no cell phones, right? I have no phones. Okay, I don't have a iPhone, I don't have an Android, I have no phones. And I'm having a conversation with you in person. And I'm like, yo, in order for me to make phone calls, I need 2 cell phones. Okay? I need 2 cell phones. One of them is in the Apple store. I also need to find the Galila giants. But notice, chat, I don't have any phones. So how could you say like, oh, since you said that you needed 2 phones and one of them was in the iPhone store, in the Apple store, that must mean that you have 1 phone currently. No, that doesn't necessarily mean that I have a phone currently. So do you guys get the point that I'm illustrating here? That if Zebek says he needs 2 legendary devil fruits, you can't just assume that he has one of them. You can't hop to that conclusion. And of course, we need to see the chapter and we need to see how it's worded. But I'm just talking about the spoilers as of now. Just because he only talks about the location of one of those legendary fruits does not mean that he currently has the other one. You guys get what I'm saying, chat? Let me know. Let me know. Does that make sense, chat? Are you guys following? Because I think a lot of people are going to fall into this trap. A lot of people are going to fall into this trap. They're going to read this and they're going to think like, oh, well, since he needs 2 legendary devil fruits and one of them is an Elbaf, I wonder what his fruit is. But technically, this doesn't need to mean that he has a fruit. Simon, God bless, bro. Is there anyone else in chat I'm missing? Yo, Jacob, God bless. Rock's trying to take down the world government while Roger lost his dream girl to fight his right-hand man. Yo, I'm telling you, this is like a Naruto storyline right here. Something different we know so far. I think it may be Jormungandr. Yeah. Me and King J, I think Jormungandr. Actually, I think Nidhogg is also another good option for Loki and his devil fruit. Because the interesting thing about Nidhogg, right? He actually, doesn't he slumber at the roots of the world tree Yggdrasil? Now notice, chat, they actually call the Adam tree in the official translations Yggdrasil. Let me say that one more time for those of you that didn't hear me. In the official translations, they called the Adam tree Yggdrasil. So obviously we know Loki's been in the underworld at the bottom of the tree, whatever. So this could have, you know, there's a how do I word this? I guess you would say that there is a character parallel between Loki and Nidhogg or Nidhogg. In the same way that Nidhogg is at the roots of Yggdrasil, Loki's at the roots of Yggdrasil. Okay? Wong Woki with a going bonkers with the supers today. Where y'all at, bro? Smokey straight up owning the leaderboard. Isn't there a leaderboard? Look in the chat right now, guys. There should be a leaderboard in the chat. And there should be like depending on if you guys like the stream, type in a lot of chat comments and stuff like that. You get points, right? Do you guys see that? The point system, and there should be crowns by your guys' name and super chats. Depending on how much work you guys put in, liking the stream, talking in chat a lot, and sharing the stream, whatever, you guys get points. I think Smokey's number one, bro. I can't see it right now because my chat is different, but Wong Woki with the 20, God bless. Thank you so much. He says, I have a theory for it, and it goes against what you're saying. Hear me out. Zebek has the Yami Yami no Mi, but the government stole it at God Valley, and Rox was waiting for the other legendary fruit to eat both. Hey, I'm not opposed to that. I'm not opposed to that. So to articulate more sharply, hold on. Okay, Smokey, to articulate more sharply what I was saying. I'm saying that just because Zebek needed 2 fruits and one was in Elbaf does not mean that he currently has 1 fruit. But that's not the same thing as me saying he doesn't have 1 fruit. You get what I'm saying? I'm just saying we got to read more carefully. I'm not arguing Zebek has no fruits and he needs 2. But I'm also not arguing that he has 1 and he just needs another. You get what I'm saying? So I think some people are going to misunderstand me. They're going to say like, oh, well, evil. It turns out Zebek did have the Yami Yami no Mi. But weren't you this is not you, Smokey, but weren't you arguing, evil, that Zebek didn't have a fruit? No. What I'm saying is because of this spoiler, we can't necessarily believe he has 1 and he's just looking for the second one because he mentions Elbaf and nothing else. But that's not the same thing as me saying he definitely has 0. He could have 1, he could have 0. But to focus on your message more, I do really like the idea of Zebek having the Yami Yami no Mi. I think not only would that explain how it would explain why he was so strong, for 1. For 2, it would create a power parallel between Blackbeard and Zebek. And that would be narratively fitting, being that Zebek is the father of Blackbeard. You get what I'm saying? So you have that. You also have the fact that Blackbeard appears to be carrying on the will of Roxy Zebek, right? We have this idea that Rox wanted to have a plan of gathering 2 legendary devil fruits, right? He wanted to take down the world government. But notice Blackbeard clearly had a plan to have 2 devil fruits, and that's what we see at Marineford. Notice, key detail, is during Marineford War, right? When they throw the robe on Whitebeard and and Blackbeard is, about to do whatever it was to get Whitebeard's fruit. Notice how Blackbeard's crew, they were talking, and they were like, oh, what are we going to do if this plan fails? Are we just going to scatter? What if he dies? Right? You guys remember that? It's clearly an orchestrated plan of Blackbeard to have 2 devil fruits. But the necessary context is that Blackbeard is the son of Zebek. So what I'm painting here is that it would be narratively fitting for Zebek to have the Yami Yami no Mi like his son. Now, if this was the case, Smokey, I think it makes sense that the legendary fruit of Elbaf is the Nika fruit in that context. Are you picking up what I'm putting down? Are you picking up what I'm putting down? Zebek, right? He was like, I'm going to get the Nika fruit, the sun god devil fruit, right? The most powerful fruit in existence, the power of freedom and creativity and imagination. But then I'm going to get its polar opposite, pure darkness and void. And with these two polar opposites, and they're both extremely powerful, it makes sense. Because like you wouldn't want two fruits that are good, but too similar to each other. Because then it's kind of a waste. But if you got two really good devil fruits that were different from each other, then you would have a lot of different tools in your arsenal. You get what I'm saying? Yo, SL, God bless you, brother. Have a nice night. Good night, SL. Take care. Anyone else leaving? Have a nice night. God bless you all. So, like for an example, right? Let's say someone was like, all right, I want two devil fruits. One is the flame fruit, Sabo's fruit. One is a flame fruit, and the other one's Akainu's magma fruit. That would be kind of a waste because they're too similar to each other. They both have kind of like similar effects in a way. You know what I'm saying, chat? You get what I'm saying? But if you had two devil fruits and they were very different from each other, then your arsenal, what you could do is there's a far bigger variety. Especially if the Yami Yami no Mi turns out to be one of the strongest fruits ever. Now, obviously, Elbaf has a lot of connections to the sun god. Obviously, Elbaf has a lot of connections to Nika, right? I think we all know this. Even back when we had Big Mom. You guys remember Big Mom's flashback in Elbaf when she was a child? Even back then, hundreds of chapters ago, I think literally like 300 chapters ago, when we saw Big Mom as a child on Elbaf, the people on Elbaf were praising and worshiping the sun god. So it would make sense if the Nika fruit was on Elbaf. And when the world government infiltrated Elbaf to steal that fruit, Cypher Pole took the Nika fruit and they left Elbaf. And Shanks knew that Elbaf did that, or I'm sorry, that the world government, Cypher Pole, did that. So Shanks chases Cypher Pole. He attacks their ship for the fruit because Shanks has an allegiance to Elbaf. So of course Shanks is gonna go chase after Cypher Pole and fight and get that fruit back. And that fruit ultimately ends in the hands of Luffy. You get what I'm saying? Does that make sense? You guys picking up what I'm putting down here? In all seriousness, Rocks is the reason the world government is so strong now. Wait, why? Why would that be the case? Joy Boy, but the fear of God and Himu. Yeah, both have similar properties. I'm all here for Nika fruit being an Elbaf. Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. But I got to be careful because yes, Nika fruit being an Elbaf makes a lot of sense, but there are other possibilities. It could be Jormungandr fruit. It could be the Nidhogg fruit. It could be the Ope Ope to me. Could be the Yami Yami. There's no telling. But I think if we look at the story and we look at Elbaf thematically, I think the most fitting is the Nika fruit. I think Nika fruit is the most fitting, like from a narrative kind of thematic perspective. Theory that Shanks finds Cypher Pole after they fall asleep in that mist before Elbaf. Oh, you think that sleepy mist? You think it derailed the plans of Cypher Pole? God bless Jonathan. Is it Cooning? For multiple centuries, Emu wasn't seen by anyone. She didn't allow. So Rocks killing an admiral and getting in the flower room showed the world government complacency. I mean, up until Zebek, there was probably no real threat. Like no one was coming against the world government and Emu. I mean, we got to be careful downplaying the world government and downplaying Emu. We got to be careful downplaying them, guys. At the end of the day, the world government is a superpower. It is a world superpower that has been running the entire planet for 800 years. Roger was not running the planet for 800 years. Neither was Zebek. I don't even think Joy Boy was running the planet for 800 years. So let's not undermine the world government. Let's not undermine Emu. Both the threat of Rocks and Joy Boy pushed the world government to be strong. I think the Marineford War pushed the world government to be strong as well. Because think about it, right? When Marineford War ended and we were approaching Fishman Island, or I think it was on Fishman Island, Jinbei was talking about how the Marines and the Admirals have been stronger than ever before. Right now, the Marines and the Admirals are stronger than they've ever been in history. But that's because of the disaster of Marineford War. Don't forget, like, we still had Luffy, Whitebeard, and Blackbeard pull up to Marineford. And technically, you could argue that the Marines and the world government won the war. But still, look at all the destruction that Whitebeard and Blackbeard had on Marineford. So that is another reason. And since the Marines serve the world government, you could argue that the Marineford War is one of the biggest reasons as to why the world government had to become stronger. Yami Yami no Mi and Goma Goma no Mi are the two devil fruits Rocks wanted. Yeah, I like that idea. Guranath, God bless. Wong Woki with the 5. Thank you, brother. God bless. I agree 100%. Tie it in. I agree 100%. Tie it in. It was the first time they had a military draft, and what you said about Jinbei. Yeah. I'm telling you, bro. Marineford War, that's what made, and he probably even helped like Sengoku want to retire. It made Sengoku want to retire. Marineford War put Sengoku into retirement. They had to find a new fleet admiral, Akainu and Aokiji. They end up fighting for fleet admiral position. Akainu wins, and now the Marines and the admirals are stronger than they've ever been. You get what I'm saying? Thank you, Smokey. God bless, bro. I agree. I agree 100. 100. Another reason I say that is because I believe the new gen will be stronger than the old gen. So what better way than scaling the end boss per gen? Yeah, I see what you're saying. Do you have Sabo at Admiral level? Well, how I always operate, right, is if, let's say I firmly believe two characters are going to fight each other. I believe that the character who will win, I'm talking like narrative wise, like let's say Sabo and Akainu, right? I firmly believe Sabo will fight Akainu at some point, right? But how I operate is that because I believe Sabo will win, that makes me believe that Sabo is always going to be weaker than Akainu until they fight. And, we're at the last half of that battle and Sabo levels up and he becomes stronger than Akainu. I think that's how the One Piece plot usually goes. So like Luffy, it was weaker than Doflamingo until the last part of the battle. Luffy was weaker than Kaido until the last part of the battle. You get what I'm saying? So if I believe that Sabo will fight Akainu, I believe Sabo is weaker than Akainu right now. But when they finally fight and Sabo's using new moves and he's unlocking these new abilities, that will then put him above Akainu. So for an example, I think Luffy is weaker than Blackbeard. But when they finally fight, Luffy's going to get new moves, new power-ups, new abilities, new forms. Then he'll become stronger than Blackbeard and win. But that would take place in the battle. That's usually like how Oda writes. That's how like, anime usually goes. But Smokey with the 5 and the other 5, 2 5s. God bless. Thank you so much, Smokey. He says, what put Kong into retirement? God Valley? Would you like both Luffy and Sabo beating Akainu together as a brother tag team? So 2 points. Yes, I think God Valley put Kong into retirement, bro. God Valley put Kong into retirement. That man Kong was like, you know what, bro? I'm out of here. I didn't even do anything. We had Zebek out there. We had Whitebeards, Roger, Kaido, Big Mom, Garp. Kong saw all these powerful figures. He didn't even do anything. Kong got really disheartened, and he's like, you know what? I'm going to retire, bro. I'm going to retire. And then Smokey says, would you like both Sabo and Luffy beating Akainu together as a brother tag team? I mean, that would be nice. Like, I wouldn't hate it, but I do prefer when one character gets their shine, At the end of the day, Sabo is the brother of Ace, right? So another thing that I would ask is, like, when would that fight happen? Because let's say Akainu has his grand battle in the final war. Well, I believe in the final war, Luffy's going to fight Emu. So do I believe that Luffy would have enough gas to work with Sabo, take Akainu down, then Luffy keeps running and then he goes and takes Emu down? I don't know, bro, because even if Luffy works with Akainu, Luffy's going to have to use a lot of his energy, a lot of his power, a lot of his gas, even though he's working with Sabo to take down Akainu. But then Luffy's going to have to turn around and fight the strongest figure in the entire story. You get what I'm saying? So I feel like it would be a bit more streamlined if Sabo took down Akainu. Sabo gets his shine. He avenges Ace because Ace was his brother. Plus Sabo inherited the Maramara. So Sabo has the Akainu fight. And then Luffy fights Emu to liberate the whole planet. That's what I would prefer. But if Luffy and Sabo did work together, I mean, I wouldn't hate it. I don't think it would be that bad. I would just prefer if Sabo got his solo shine. I like when characters get their solo shine when they're in a fight. Like one guy versus one guy, and it's focused on them. And Smokey with it. Yo, can we get some dubs in the chat? Can we get some wokies in the chat? This man Wokey going crazy with the super chats, man. Thank you, brother. God bless. Can't thank you enough. Okay, we can agree. Let's compromise. Luffy at least has to have a massive clash with Akainu. I don't care when it happens. I mean, a clash, I guess, yeah. I wouldn't be... Yo, Wing Wei's in chat. God bless. I wouldn't be opposed to a clash, But this is just my... I'm just speaking subjectively. This is just kind of like my opinion type of thing. It's just my opinion. I prefer when one guy gets, all the shine, in a battle. That's just what I prefer. Now, I mean, technically, you have fights like Law and Luffy versus Doflamingo. So Law did get a lot of shine. So maybe it'll be kind of like that or something. I don't know. Thank you for the super chats, Wong Woki. Do you believe the tree in Skypiea is the same that is in Elbaf that connects all the realms, and that tree is playing an important role in the final war? Well, here's the thing, right? You might have to remind me because I don't remember there being a tree in Skypiea. Now, I do know that there's roads to Skypiea, and I think it would make a lot of sense if the top of the Atom tree, Yggdrasil tree, had roads connecting to Skypiea. I think that's possible. But I wasn't aware of a tree in Skypiea. Which, by the way, we do have to consider, though, guys. Like, Skypiea was like halfway through Paradise. And Elbaf is like halfway or a little more than halfway in the New World. So that means the roads from the Yggdrasil tree going to Skypiea is a very, very long road. Almost half the planet, if you think about it. A road from the top of the atom tree connecting to Skypiea would be half the planet about. Because remember, the Straw Hats, when they went down Reverse Mountain, that was the beginning of the paradise side of the planet. They still had to keep going and going and going and going and going until they reached Skypiea area, the Skypiea zone. Even then, they were shot straight up, remember? But then you think about New World, right? They went under the red line, you know, past Fishman Island, and they had to go all the way straight. They had to pass Punk Hazard. They had to pass Zoe, even though it was moving, but technically forwards, right? They had to pass Whole Cake Island. They had to pass Wano. They had to pass Egghead. And they're at Elbaf. So I feel like the distance between Elbaf's Yggdrasil tree all the way to Skypiea is a pretty far distance. That would be a long road, bro. Have you guys ever considered that? That would be like a road in the sky that it goes out like as far as you could see, because it would probably be like half the planet. It would be a road that's as long as half the planet. And chat, the planet is pretty huge. Sebek saying that he needs the shipwright giants kind of proves that he wanted Pluton. Blackbeard is definitely attacking Wano soon. Also, Sebek wanted Elbaf. Blackbeard will start Ragnarok War in Elbaf. Yo, I'm not gonna lie, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Hold on, chat. If Blackbeard starts the Elbaf War, Ragnarok on Elbaf, this will be bigger than Marineford. I'm not gonna lie. I actually don't even subscribe to that, King J. Believe it or not, I don't subscribe to that. I think Blackbeard versus Luffy, which is technically the Straw Hat Pirates versus the Blackbeard Pirates, I feel that it deserves its own arc, and it deserves to be on Hashinosu. But I mean, technically speaking, Blackbeard could start the Ragnarok War on Elbaf, but Blackbeard and his crew aren't defeated on Elbaf. That could be a scenario. So maybe like we get Luffy versus Blackbeard a little bit on Elbaf, but the final true battle is on Hachinosu. Like that is possible. But I kind of feel like with all of the enemies and all of the fighting going on in Elbaf, it might be too much, because you do have Imu/Gunko. You got the Holy Knights. You have like 1,000 demonic giants and like 1,000 demonic monsters. So there's a lot of characters and antagonists and stuff going on in Elbaf right now. So I feel like it's probably more suitable for, you know, the Straw Hat Pirates versus the Blackbeard Pirates grand battle to take place on Hachinosu. But that doesn't necessarily mean that Blackbeard can't appear on Elbaf and start Ragnarok War. Also, if Blackbeard is going to go for Pluton, then that means, you know, at least his crew or members of his crew, or maybe even Blackbeard himself, he would have to go to Wano, or they would have to go to Wano, which kind of pulls away from Blackbeard starting Ragnarok on Elbaf. You get what I'm saying? But there's so many variables, King J. There's so many different ways that this can go. I can see Blackbeard starting Ragnarok War on Elbaf. I can see Blackbeard going to Wano for Pluton. I can see Blackbeard's crew members going to Wano for Pluton. I can see many different things happening. And I do obviously agree 100%. Yamato's cover story leading somewhere 100%. I think Blackbeard and or his crew members invading Wano for Pluton, I really like that. Our last cover story was what? Whole Cake Island? What do we see? The Blackbeard Pirates invading Whole Cake Island for Poneglyphs, right? So I can definitely foresee the next cover story after that, which is our current cover story, Blackbeard Pirates invading again. In this case, for Pluton. We literally had Caribou finally meet up with Blackbeard, and Caribou is most likely going to divulge the information about the ancient weapons. So I 100% agree with you. I just think like there's so many possibilities and they all make sense, you know? See, Blackbeard kidnapping Shirahoshi, that's one that, like, I don't know, because I do like the scenario where Luffy has Poseidon, Blackbeard has Pluton, and then Emu has Uranus. I do like that idea. I really do. And I know we had an open mic a few weeks ago, and someone was arguing that, like, Pluton, or at least like an anti-Pluton or something, that's what the world's government uses. You know, making it like a plot twist, because most fans would believe that the world government uses Uranus, but it's actually like a form of Pluton. Like, I know we had that discussion, but like, I still kind of lean towards the world government using Uranus, you know? I feel like that's a more safe approach. I feel like, you know, the whole Pluton argument is kind of more of a leap of faith, you know? And when it comes to theories, I prefer to take the approach of options that have the highest probability, you know? So, with that being said, I do like the scenario of world government having Uranus, Blackbeard having Pluton, Luffy having Poseidon. But, you know, who knows when that will go down, when that will be showcased, because we don't even know when exactly Luffy would use the ancient weapons. Would Luffy use the ancient weapons on Laugh-Tale? Would Luffy use the ancient weapons against Emu? Would Luffy use the ancient weapons after Emu and destroy, like, the red line above Fishman Island and Reverse Mountain? I don't know. You know, let me pull up something for you guys, because this is something that I always think of, and I don't know if I've mentioned this on stream. Maybe we could pull out a One Piece world map. Where's that 3D website? I forgot what it's called. Is it Clay Stage? No, it's not Clay Stage. Yo, chat, what's the... Wait, is it Clay Stage? Chat, what's that one website with the 3D One Piece world? Is it this? Okay, this isn't the one I'm thinking of, but this will do. Okay, so let me paint a picture for you guys, chat. You see this? This is the One Piece planet, right? Now, obviously, everyone for the past 20 years has been thinking like, oh, Luffy's gonna destroy the Red Line and he's gonna unite the seas, right? But what do people actually mean when they say that? First of all, the One Piece planet is humongous, guys. This is a very, very, very big planet. Now, if the planet is really big, how long do you think this red line is? You see this brown dirt, the red line? If the One Piece planet is very, very big, that would mean that the red line is huge, which, by the way, in the manga official translations, they say that the red line is the biggest continent. It is the largest continent. So when people say that Luffy's going to destroy the red line, do they actually mean like this part of the red line? Like only one, like two parts of the red line, like this part with Marijois and then this part with Reverse Mountain? Is that what they mean? Because if Luffy destroyed the entire red line, like, bro, that's planet level attack. That is literally a planet level attack. The red line wraps around the planet. Now, let's say it's the first option, right? Let's say no. Luffy, like, the ancient weapons are strong, but it's not going to destroy the entire red line. It's only going to destroy the part with Marijois and the part with Reverse Mountain. But you know something, you know how I would respond to that, chat? This is how I would respond to that. If you lived over here, right? Like North Blue, East Blue, like let's say you lived over here, right? This wall is still gonna, like, this part of the red line is still gonna exist. So these people would have to go all the way down to the Grand Line and then cross over. You get what I'm saying? Or if people lived like down here, right? Because there's a lot of islands down here. This whole part right here of the red line still exists. So people would have to go all the way to the Grand Line and go either left or right. You get what I'm saying? So if like this part was destroyed. Here, maybe I should use like a 2D image to make my point. I think some of you guys probably understand what I'm trying to say right now, but maybe this will be a good example. Let's use this one. Okay, you guys see this? Okay, so this right here is Marie-Joie, and this right here is also Marie-Joie, and this is Reverse Mountain. So if you destroyed this part in the middle, which by the way is already a humongous area, and this part in the middle, then if you live here, you're still blocked, right? So you would have to come down to the Grand Line. If you lived here, you're still blocked, right? If you live here, you're still blocked. So if you break Marie-Joie, which is here and here, and you break Reverse Mountain, which is here, that's not enough for the people that live up here, down here, up here. You get what I'm saying? They would still have to go all the way down to the Grand Line and then sail along the Grand Line to go to like the other side of the planet. Now, you could avoid this like handicap, avoid this problem if you destroyed the entire Red Line. But see, that's what I'm saying. Like destroying the entire Red Line, that's a planet level attack. Do we believe that the ancient weapons have a planet level attack? Is it canon that the Red Line is mountainous like that? Yeah, we've seen a lot of panels of the Red Line. It's definitely a mountain. Also, when the Straw Hats were approaching Shabandi, we had a panel of the Going Merry compared to the Red Line. Like the Going Merry was in front of the Red Line, and the camera was behind the Going Merry. So we were looking straight. We see the Going Merry, and then beyond the Going Merry was the Red Line. We saw the Going Merry as a tiny little ant, and we didn't even see the top of the Red Line. But to make matters worse is that the Red Line doesn't begin at sea level. The Red Line goes down all the way to the ocean floor. Now, the Red Line goes from the ocean floor all the way to like 1,000 feet above sea level, and then it wraps around the entire planet. So I don't think people realize how humongous the Red Line is. I don't think people think about that. Now, chat, what are your thoughts on this, guys? Because I went through like, quite a lengthy explanation right now. What do you guys think about this? Is it going to be a planet level attack, or is it not going to be a planet level attack? Because if you only break these parts, right? If you live up here, you have to go on the Grand Line because that's where the opening is. The opening would be here, Marie-Joie. This is also Marie-Joie. And here, Reverse Mountain, which sits on the Grand Line. So if you live up here, you have to go to the Grand Line to go to the, what is this? Paradise. If you live down here, you'd have to go to the Grand Line to go to the to go to the New World. You see what I'm saying, guys? Are you guys following along? Yo, JR Writer, God bless. I'm glad to see you, brother. How you doing, man? The Red Line has to go entirely in the calm belts too. Yeah, see, but that's the thing. Dude, destroying the Red Line? I don't know, man. Or is what Oda's going to take the easy way out. He's going to have like the ancient weapons. They're all going to attack like one spot on the Red Line. And the attack on that spot is going to be so strong that the Red Line acts as glass. And when they hit that one spot of the Red Line so many times and so hard, it just makes the entire Red Line shatter. The entire Red Line shatters like glass. You know what I'm saying? Like if you had one spot of a piece of glass and you hit it as hard as you could, like all of the glass everywhere would shatter. Maybe it would be something like that. And they're hitting the spot of the Red Line with Marineford and New World and Marineford and New Marineford, right? By Marie-Joie, they're hitting that spot, and they hit it so hard that the entire Red Line begins to shatter and break. Maybe, because if that's not the case, then the ancient weapons are going to have to go around in a whole circle around the globe, constantly breaking parts of it all the way around the whole planet. Smokey with the 10, God bless. Thank you, brother. I don't believe Luffy splits the red line without a plot device, but he will find a way to get Fishman to the surface. But I don't know if it'll be Charlie Vision. Yeah. So here's the thing, right? Fishman Island, or Fishman living under the sun. It could mean two different things, but well, actually, it could mean two different things, but in two different ways. So you can understand that from a literal standpoint, or you can understand that from a metaphorical standpoint. So let's take it from a literal standpoint. Let's say when they talk about fishmen living under the sun, it's literal. So that would probably mean that the Fishman Island residents, Fishman Island citizens, they don't live in Fishman Island anymore. They don't live underwater anymore. They live on surface level under the sun. Remember when King Neptune, his sons, and Shirahoshi were going up the gondola? You guys remember that? They were going up the elevator. They were going up the gondola, the balloons, to go up to Marijua. Shirahoshi sees the sun outside in like a double page spread, and she's like, oh my gosh, the sun. I want to live under the sun, right? You guys remember that? So it could be a literal thing where they stop living underwater, or it could be metaphorical when they say that they're going to live under the sun. What they actually mean is that they're going to live under sun god Nika. So with Nika, Luffy, Joy Boy, liberating the One Piece planet by defeating Inu and taking down the world government, Sun God Nika rules the world. Sun God Nika is a true king, liberating fishmen, liberating the whole planet. So from that standpoint, it would be metaphorical. Joy Boy saving fishmen from the racism and the slavery and stuff like that, and the ostracizing. They would be living under Nika. You get what I'm saying? Because what's crazy is like Fishman Island, they are actually a part of the world government, chat. And people don't really talk about it that much. Fishman Island's under the world government. So Fishman Island, they don't live under Nika. Fishman Island lives under Emu, bro. They live under Emu, the world's government, the celestial dragons. So from a metaphorical standpoint, it could be them living under Nika. Nika is the king of the world, like Christ is the king of the world, instead of Emu being the king of the world, like Satan being the king of the world, the Antichrist. Or it could be a literal thing where they live under the sun in a literal way where they're not underwater anymore. So chat, what do you guys think? What do you think about that? And then Smokey with and Smokey with another. Yo, Smokey. This man Smokey just going bonkers. $100 super chat, $10 super chat, $10 super chat, $10 super chat, $10 super chat, $20 super chat, $5 super chat, $5 super chat, $5 super chat, $10 super chat, $10 super chat, 20. Yo, I literally just read them all. This man Smokey, I can't thank you enough, Wongwoki. God bless. Thank you so much, man. Wongwoki, thank you, brother. Luffy is sun god metaphor. I get you. So is that the one you guys go with? Smokey, is that the one you're going with? Do you believe when they talk about fishmen living under the sun, you don't think it's literally under the sun, like fishmen citizens living on the surface? You don't think it's literal? You think it's metaphorical? Them living under sun god Nika, his protection, his reign? Is it literal or is it metaphorical? Thank you so much, Smokey. God bless, brother. Shouts out to Wongwoki. Thank you. I can't thank you enough, Smokey. Let me know. Do you like the metaphorical one more or less? So Dawn of Ascension says, what if it's not a devil fruit that destroyed, I think he meant destroys? What if it's not a devil fruit that destroys the red line, but Joy Boy, aka Luffy, who will control one of the ancient weapons that will destroy the red line? But why not? It's more feasible than devil fruit destroying it. No, I definitely think that the ancient weapons breaking the red line to some degree is more likely than a devil fruit breaking the red line to some degree. But what I'm trying to illustrate to people is that people are underestimating how big the One Piece planet is. That's the focus that I'm making. I don't think people realize how humongous the One Piece planet is. So by extension, the red line, it goes 100 meters underwater all the way up 100 meters above water. Then it wraps around the planet. Like, that's a huge piece of land, bro. They even said in the Reverie, like leading up to the Reverie arc, I think at the beginning of the Reverie arc, the red line is the biggest continent in the world. Now, I want to find this one panel. It was during Vegapunk's speech. It was during his broadcast. Now I'm going to show you guys something cool. You guys want to see something really cool? There's a website, right? You guys see this website right here, onepiecepodcast.com/OPP-magazine/Vegapunk-speech. Chat, this message or this website right here, this website is so useful. You guys see what I'm putting on the screen? This website, this webpage is Vegapunk's entire speech uninterrupted. And I double checked. This is official translations. You guys see this? Look at this. This is his whole speech. No interruptions. You don't get Bonnie talking. You don't get the Gorosei talking. No. It's just only Vegapunk's speech, right? Now, in Vegapunk's speech, there was actually a moment where I think Vegapunk said something along the lines of that the One Piece could like take over the planet or destroy the planet. You guys could look for it in here. But there's also another panel that I want to illustrate for you guys. This is a very important panel. I want you guys to focus on this, okay? I got to be careful because, man, showing panels on screen, bro, it's not very fun. But let's go to chapter 967, okay, guys? I'm going to show you guys something. I'm going to have the panel small so YouTube won't punish us. So this was actually by Rayleigh, okay? So look, I don't know if you guys could see it. I have to have it small so YouTube won't flag the stream. But look, this is official translations, okay, guys? Look right here. Look at this panel. Rayleigh says, and I quote, "It's not the weapon we're after, Neptune." And he's talking about Poseidon. Okay, that's the context here. Rayleigh says, "It's not the weapon we're after, Neptune. It's the people who called it a webtoon or called it a weapon." Now, who's calling it a weapon? The Ancient Kingdom, because those are the ones that wrote the poneglyphs, right? Now, he goes on to say, specifically, the vast treasure those people left behind somewhere. When you look at all the context of the One Piece treasure, this vast treasure, it almost seems like the One Piece will allow people to utilize the ancient weapons, which is really interesting. It's a really interesting concept because, like, Luffy could be friends with Shirahoshi and be like, "Yo, Shirahoshi, could you tell the Sea Kings to go fight this guy?" And then Shirahoshi would probably do it, right? Now, we don't know how Pluton or Uranus works exactly, but clearly the world government in Emu, they are controlling Uranus. So, I don't know. It makes me think, like, why would the One Piece allow people to utilize the ancient weapons? It's a really interesting thought. What do you guys think? He may use a combination of Poseidon, Shirahoshi plus Sea Kings, Uranus yet to be revealed, and his own power is Gear 5. Well, what about Uranus, though? You're leaving out Uranus. Uranus is still an ancient weapon, bro. And if the world government has Uranus in their grasp, it makes me believe that it makes me believe that Luffy would not utilize all three ancient weapons until Emu and the world government are taken down. Luffy needs to take down Emu and the world government before he can use the ancient weapons. Because Emu and the world government, they have the ancient weapons. So how is Luffy going to use the ancient weapons to destroy the Red Line, but you completely neglect an ancient weapon? You get what I'm saying? Like the whole argument is like Luffy's going to use the ancient weapons. Luffy's going to destroy the Red Line. Bye-bye, Red Line. We got the ancient weapons. But then by the same token, we're ignoring an ancient weapon. You get what I'm saying? Like, that makes it inconsistent. So for me, I think it makes more sense. Luffy takes down Emu and the world government. So then he has possession of Uranus. Then Luffy uses those three ancient weapons, all three ancient weapons, to destroy the Red Line, or at least a part of the Red Line. Does that make sense? Wong Woki with a $10 super chat. God bless Mr. Smokey. A week from now, everything you just said comes back to me. A week from now, everything you just said come back to me a week from now. Come back to me a week from now on the One Piece. I think you said, and I could create a super theory. I'm looking at this now like chemistry. Wastio? H2O. Wait, what's Wastio? What is that? Thank you, Smokey. We will come back to you. We'll come back to you. I'm going to ask you for your thoughts on the One Piece in a week from now. You let me know what it is you believe. Let me know what your take is. I'm excited. You know, I love if you guys get theories because of me. You guys get ideas because of me. Because, you know, in a way, like, that is positive impact, you know? I think it's important as we live our life to create a positive impact on people. So if I can give you guys ideas for theories or make you guys happy and joyful and excited and stuff like that, then that's great, you know? Because I don't think, you know, One Piece or like theory crafting is inherently evil. I think it's a good thing, and I do it in the glory of God. So if you guys ever, you know, get a brain blast, or you guys get your own theory, or you get inspiration, then that's great. I want to be a positive impact on people. I think that's very important. I need to know God, love God, serve God, be happy with God forever, and be a positive impact on people. But Smokey, I'm curious. What is it that, like, what's your theory? Now I'm wondering, like, what is the theory? Why are you leaving me on a cliffhanger, bro? It's like a One Piece episode to be continued. What is the theory? Blackbeard's going to beat Emu. They're going to have to recreate the Zebek in the flower room. Nah, bro. If Blackbeard beats Emu, that undermines the entire One Piece world government narrative. You pretty much undermine the whole One Piece like core plot if that happens. Because the whole One Piece core plot, it's built on the idea that the One Piece world government has ruled the world for 800 years. They defeated Joy Boy. They're the reason that people had to write poneglyphs. They're the reason why Joy Boy had to leave a legendary treasure behind. The One Piece world government is the reason for the whole world living in darkness and slavery. If Blackbeard defeats Emu, then it really just becomes Luffy versus Blackbeard. So it just undermines like that whole narrative that is in the heart of the plot, that whole narrative that's in the core of the story. What's more fitting, what makes more sense is that Luffy defeats Emu, has payback for what he did to the Ancient Kingdom, what Emu did to the D clan and as like a vengeance, you know? So with Luffy taking down Emu, Luffy is liberating the world versus like Blackbeard taking down Emu. And then like it feels like the whole narrative about the One Piece world government has been thrown away just so Blackbeard is the final villain. Like, don't you think like there's some deep underlying problems with that narrative? Don't you think it makes more sense that Blackbeard is gunning for Pirate King? Blackbeard is gunning for King of the World, but he has to go against Luffy. So Luffy defeats Blackbeard. Blackbeard fails, and now Luffy has to liberate the world from the world superpower. And the world superpower is the One Piece world government. It's Emu, right? I think that makes way more narrative sense, because then it's like, okay, Oda built up the Gorosei and the world government all the way since Jaya, right? The reason why the One Piece world has a One Piece treasure, the reason why there are poneglyphs, the reason why there was a failed ancient kingdom, the reason why there is a D clan, the reason why Sun God Nika was erased, all these things that sit at the core of the story, the reason why there's a dark history, all these things that sit in the core of the story is because of Emu's tyranny and control. So it should be Luffy that takes down Emu to liberate the planet. And Blackbeard, well, what's his purpose for? Gunning for that power. Luffy and Blackbeard, in a sense, they're gunning for the power that Emu has. So Blackbeard would be like that final obstacle before Emu. And that doesn't undermine Blackbeard at all. Like, I honestly think Luffy's final pirate battle in the entire story is against Blackbeard, and then Emu is the final battle, period. So Blackbeard, he clearly wants to go to Laugh Tale. You guys would agree with that, right? Everyone would agree Blackbeard wants the One Piece, right? I'm pretty sure you guys would agree with that, right? But wait a second, Luffy wants the One Piece. So there seems to be a conflict there, right? Blackbeard wants the One Piece, but wait, Luffy wants the One Piece. Blackbeard wants to gather road poneglyphs then, but wait, Luffy has 3 road poneglyphs. So the grand battle of Luffy versus Blackbeard is to claim the One Piece, which, by the way, we were just saying a second ago in Vegapunk's speech, in Vegapunk's broadcast, he was saying that whoever gathers a One Piece, at that moment, world superpower. They have the power to destroy the world. They have total power over the world. So it seems to be like Blackbeard, he sits in that conversation, collecting the One Piece, making it to Laugh Tale, learning the full history. That's his purpose in the plot. That's the plot device. Luffy's biggest battle when it comes to having this world power. And then, we could talk about liberating the planet. The world needs to be liberated from not Blackbeard, but from Emu, right? Luffy doesn't liberate the One Piece planet by taking down Blackbeard. Luffy liberates the One Piece planet by taking down Emu. All right, Wong Woki with another 20. Did I read this one? Thank you so much, bro. This man's smoky, bro. I just don't understand. Wait, is that another 20 right after? Bro, this man's smoky. Thank you so much, brother. God bless. I really can't thank you enough. Thank you times 10 million, man. It's a combination of both the One Piece being a weapon Luffy can use to unite the 3 ancient weapons, and a metaphor like your Statue of Liberty. It's a hybrid off a jumping point of your statue theory. I think Oda will give Okay, let's talk about this one first, because I think those 2 points are a bit different. Thank you so much, Smokey. Can we get a W, Smokey, in the chat? Can we get some Wokies? Because this dude, oh my goodness, how many super chats is that today? How many? Yo, if only Stream Elements worked, Smokey. If only, come on, it's YouTube. If only that Stream Elements worked, bro. Nah, but either way, Smokey, you're beyond generous. Thank you, brother. Let's start with this one. It's a combination of both the One Piece being a weapon Luffy can use to unite the three ancient weapons and a metaphor like your Statue of Liberty. It's a hybrid off a jumping point of your statue theory. So I really, really like the idea of the One Piece treasure being the Statue of Liberty. I love that. But you know, Smokey, I was talking about this recently, man. I forgot who gave me this idea, but the One Piece being an item that lets you make a wish, that would be brilliant, especially if it looks like a Dragon Ball. Maybe you know how Madame Charlie, she holds like the crystal, she holds like the crystal ball, and she uses like the crystal ball and she has like visions and stuff. Maybe that's foreshadowing. Maybe the One Piece is like a Dragon Ball. You make a wish on it and it comes true. And only Joy Boy knows the perfect wish. But if someone else, someone that wasn't Joy Boy, found that Dragon Ball, they could wish that they're the king of the world. Imagine Buggy wishes he's the king of the world. Imagine Blackbeard wishes he was the king of the world. That would show you how the One Piece being a Dragon Ball, a wishing stone kind of thing, would be very dangerous. That would let you take over the world. That would let you destroy the world. Now, maybe in a way, Smokey, if that's true, right? If it's true, the One Piece being a Dragon Ball, Luffy wishes that the Red Line could be destroyed. And how is that done? The ancient weapons. The ancient weapons. Luffy, aka Joy Boy, he gets that ball and he's like, you know what? I wish that the Red Line could be destroyed. And Luffy ends up allowing or helping, or I guess like convincing the ancient weapons to, you know, destroy the Red Line, or at least break the Red Line, you know? Thank you so much. And Smokey with another 20 bomb, bro. Smokey just doesn't stop. Thank you, brother. God bless. I think Oda will give Blackbeard a come-uppance. Luffy will beat Blackbeard and Emu will use him and face Luffy. Maybe he makes a contract with Blackbeard after he's defeated. Do we need two Blackbeard battles? Do we need two Blackbeard battles, Smokey? Do we? Because like that would be like Luffy takes down Blackbeard. You know, it's probably gonna. First of all, that would be a grand battle. If Luffy and Blackbeard fight, and it's for the Road Poneglyphs, you know, going to Laugh Tale, that's gonna be a huge battle. 1 second, King J. I'm behind on super chats. If Luffy and Blackbeard fight, for one, they're fighting, and for two, it's for the sake of Road Poneglyphs and Laugh Tale. That is a huge, important deal. That's a huge battle. So not only would the length of that battle be long, but the stakes of that battle would be high. So then, boom, you finish that. Now Luffy has to go fight Emu, which again, it has a lot of stakes. You know, it's a very important battle. It's a huge battle. It would take forever to write. Final Ward's probably going to be a long arc. But then you have Emu taken down just to fight Blackbeard again. Which, by the way, how would Blackbeard even have a come up? Because if Luffy is strong enough to beat Blackbeard, then he goes and claims the One Piece and defeats Emu. Yo, Blackbeard coming back, bro has no chance. Bro has no chance. I'm telling you, you guys want to keep underestimating Emu. And honestly, I don't see it, bro. I don't see it. Oda always gives political power to people that are physically powerful, right? Look at Enel. He was more powerful than anyone on his island. Dressrosa, Doflamingo was more powerful than anyone there. Kaido, more powerful than anyone there. Big Mom, she had the political power of Whole Cake Island, but wait a second, she was the most powerful one in that island. So if we're talking about a world superpower, Emu, who took down Joy Boy in the Ancient Kingdom, and you know got these 19 people to join, Which, by the way, I think the Ancient Kingdom faction was huge. So I don't necessarily think it was about like literally 20 guys fighting one person of Joy Boy. I think it was more like faction versus faction. But I think it necessitates that Emu would be powerful. Smokey with the 2. God bless, bro. Thank you. Emu will humble Blackbeard, arrogant self. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm pretty firm in my stance. I believe ultimately Emu is the strongest character in the story rather than Blackbeard. In chat, let me know, who do you think is the strongest antagonist? Do you think it's Emu who rules the planet for the past 800 years? Or do you think it's Blackbeard? Take into context Zebek. Zebek was strong. He killed an admiral, but yet the narrator tells us that Zebek couldn't do much. All Zebek could do was leave with a few words, make a threat to Emu, and then left. Do we think Blackbeard is stronger than Emu? Let me know what you guys think, chat. I want to know if most of you guys think it's Blackbeard. But Smokey with the 5, again, God bless, brother. Thank you. One Piece and Dragon Ball forever intertwined. Could be a homage to Toriyama. Yeah, bro. Oda loves Toriyama. Oda loves Dragon Ball, you know? Wasn't there like a One Piece and Dragon Ball spinoff? Didn't they do like a spinoff anime episode or like a spinoff manga chapter? Can anyone confirm? I'm pretty sure that happened. Oda and Toriyama, they did like a one-off manga chapter or something like that. I don't think I've ever read it, but maybe someone in chat can confirm. But yeah, the One Piece being a Dragon Ball, yo, come on. Plus, I mean, like, look at all the concepts of dragons in One Piece. You literally have the celestial dragons, which sit in the core of the story. They sit in the heart of the plot. You know, a Dragon Ball. And then in a previous stream, the open mic stream, you guys know we were talking about how One Piece seems to have this theme of Western dragons versus Eastern dragons. I don't know. Smokey with the 10. Again, God bless. Thank you so much, brother. Stay with me now. What if Emu is a spirit or ethereal? So it's not as much as of a Blackbeard battle, and Blackbeard is salty because he lost. So I mean, I do believe that Emu is a spirit and ethereal, but I believe that him being a spirit or ethereal doesn't mean he can't be physical, because I believe that his spiritual essence entered a physical vessel. So, Smokey, did you ever see my theory, my thread on Twitter, when I talked about how Emu is Satan and he entered a physical vessel? That's what I'm saying. So technically, I mean, Emu could be a spirit, but he has a physical vessel. And I mean, like, we know Emu sits on a throne and there's like thump sound effects. We know Emu walks up a staircase and there's clack sound effects. We know Emu can bite the flame and like erase the flame. We know Emu can crush the floor fighting against Sabo. So like, Emu is most certainly a physical being, although maybe his essence is spiritual or ethereal. But would we really argue that Emu isn't physical? Like, he's strictly like intangible? Now, I don't want to misunderstand you, Smokey. I don't want to put words in your mouth or twist what you're saying. I just want to clarify, make sure I understand you right. Would you be saying that like Emu is pure spirit? And which, by the way, like you were saying that it's not as much of Blackbeard battle, bro. I mean, like, I have my view. I think Luffy versus Emu would be a huge deal. That would be a huge battle, because that would bring to light how there's a one world ruler, bro. The whole One Piece world would freak out knowing that it's all a lie. Everything's a lie. They're all living in an illusion. And there's actually one dude ruling the world, Emu, sitting on the empty throne, you know? So, and plus, like with the world government being the world's superpower, it would definitely have to be a huge deal for Luffy to fight Emu rather than Luffy to fight Blackbeard, because Blackbeard, it's just like he's a character that's gunning for something. Blackbeard's trying to do something. And that's perfect for Luffy's plot because Luffy always stops people's plan, right? Luffy takes down the people in power, but he also stops people's plans. When NL wanted to destroy all of Skypiea, Luffy stopped NL's plan. When Kaido wanted to destroy the flower capital with Onigashima, Luffy. When did I say Kaido? I meant NL. When Kaido wanted to destroy the flower capital, Luffy stopped Kaido's plan. When Crocodile wanted to take over Alabasta completely and just be a complete tyrannical entity, Luffy had to stop Crocodile's plan. You get what I'm saying? When the world government wanted to execute and kill Robin, Luffy had to stop the world government's plan. So what's the case for Blackbeard? Well, Blackbeard's plan is what? To get the One Piece and to possibly become king of the world, Luffy has to stop his plan. But who is the one that's ruling the world? It's Emu. So Luffy has to take down Emu. So we see we see present themes. We see these reoccurring patterns in the plot. You get what I'm saying? Doflamingo, his plan was to destroy all of Dressrosa with the birdcage, but Doflamingo was also the ruler of Dressrosa. So Luffy had to take down the ruler, Doflamingo, but he also had to stop Doflamingo's plan of destroying Dressrosa. So what is Luffy versus Blackbeard? Luffy stopping the plan of Blackbeard getting the One Piece and becoming king of the world. What is Luffy versus Emu? Luffy defeating the one who's in power. But yeah, if Luffy fights Blackbeard, that would be a huge battle. Yeah, it would. I don't know, bro. I think it would be wild to have like a huge grand battle of Luffy versus Blackbeard for the sake of Pirate King. Then you follow that with a huge battle of Luffy versus Emu in the world government. Then you follow that with another huge battle of Blackbeard again. Like, I don't know, bro. Am I just like anti-Blackbeard? Because I feel like that's just too much, bro. That's just too much. But Smokey, I could be misunderstanding you completely. You got to correct me if I'm wrong. Is this before the Rahab theory or tying into that anyway? Are you asking me? Because when I'm talking about Emu as an essence, right? Emu's essence is Satan, which would be spiritual, but this spiritual essence entered a physical vessel. So that the spirit known as Emu, also known as Satan, it entered a physical vessel so that it could have physical capabilities, physical actions on the One Piece world. That's what I believe for Emu. Now, you did talk about Emu being spiritual, like Emu being a spirit, Emu being ethereal. So on one hand, we do see it the same, but I don't know if you mean that like Emu has a physical vessel as well. And Simon with the 2 on Stream Elements. Yo, what a legend. What a legend. Young Smokey, he's like the king of the kings, but anyone who drops the Stream Elements, that's a special type of goated. God bless you, Simon. Thank you so much. Is Zebek your Pookie Bear? Oh my God. I think you all know who my Pookie Bear is. It doesn't even need to be stated. Zebek is not my Pookie bear. Zebek would never be my Pookie. Zebek would never be my Stinky, my Stink, whatever you Gen Z kids say. No, Simon. I only have one Pookie bear, and I don't even need to remind you who it is. How dare you even question that? Simon, I feel disrespected that you would even consider that. All right, chat. We do have a theory from King J. Let me pull up my DMs on Discord so we can check out what Mr. King J has to say. Oh, boy. All right. This is going to be a long one, chat. This is going to be a long one. We're going to read this one, though. We're going to read this one. Are you guys ready? Who's ready? Yo, every time this man King J cooks, you know it's a good meal, man. No, my Pookie Bear is not a Zoro. It's Dawn of Ascension. That's my Pookie Bear. Yo, anytime King J cooks a theory, you know it's a top-notch theory, bro. You know how I can prove that? Watch any of my videos on my channel. That's the proof right there, bro. That's the proof right there. If you've never heard of King J, that means you've probably never seen a video on my channel before. You're an NPC, you're a bot. You're a bot. You're literally AI. You're literally ChatGPT, Gemini, Grok. Theory. Why is Loki connected to how Blackbeard dies? Oh. Loki is connected to how Blackbeard dies? Wait a second. I've never considered that. Theory. Why is Loki Bro, I said theory, not Siri. Shut up. Oh, Siri closed. All right. Theory. Why is Loki connected to how Blackbeard dies?
Okay.
Bro, I'm not talking to you. All right. Loki flashback is where we finally see Zebek and most likely are going to see God Valley incident. Loki as a baby was impressed by Zebek. Loki as a child wanted to join the Rocks Pirates. Loki as an adult blamed his dad for joining forces with the world government, where he addressed the world government as, quote, the people who killed Zebek. All of this is pointless if this doesn't lead to Blackbeard. But how? Loki was born with snake eyes, and we know that it isn't the trait of ancient giants. That's true. Both in Little Garden and Elbaf, Oda addressed the Red Line as, quote, the blood serpent that can't be cut. Of all the islands and people we've seen, the only ones that address the Red Line as a snake are Dory, Bragi, Elbaf Citizens, and Herald. And then you guys know these two panels. We've seen these before. Elbaf is the only island that still carries lore from centuries ago because of the library, and also because of them having longer lifespans. So I assume that the Red Line is Jormungandr's skin. If Luffy destroys the Red Line, the debris will only make the already existing flood 10 times bigger. Which, by the way, yo, King J, I love this point. Bro, I promise you, I'm not lying. I'm not lying. Yo, I don't mean this in any disrespectful, blasphemous way. Look, bro, hand on the Bible. When I was going on that rant about destroying the One Piece Red Line like 30 minutes ago, if you guys are watching, I promise you I am not lying. I was thinking the exact same thing. I just didn't throw it out there because I felt like it was a little off topic to what I was talking about. But this is so true. If you sunk like huge pieces of the Red Line because you destroyed it, the sea level would go up. King J, I was thinking the exact same thing. I promise you, bro. I promise you, I wouldn't lie about something so stupid. I'm not a liar. And this is so small and petty, but I was thinking the same. Yo, me and King J really do have the same kind of like One Piece brain, bro. Me and King J, we're just like on the same vibes, bro. We really are. In Dawn of Ascension too. Okay. The point is to reduce water level, true. So the red line has to disappear and not be destroyed down. I believe that Loki is the reincarnation of the person who made the red line. He is Jormungandr. This guy brought a nuke into the building. Hey, I was just talking about how Loki could be Nidhogg. Also, didn't we see Jormungandr? Wasn't Jormungandr one of the monsters in Elbaf, or was it Nidhogg, or was it both? I went through that recently. In Elbaf, you guys know, like they were creating the monsters from nightmares. Wasn't one of those monsters Jormungandr? Heat. Yo, RBBP, I'm glad to see you here, brother. God bless. As God Valley got nuked, Zebek's corpse probably ended up at the bottom of the sea. We know that Davy Jones is cursed to be at the bottom of the sea. Blackbeard, being a multiple devil fruit user, is written perfectly to carry on the same path and end up at the bottom of the sea. Yo, this man. Well, then we have no other option but to declare this country under the Straw Hat Crew's protection. Announce that Fishman Island is my territory. Loki will see Blackbeard and decide that he will bet on Luffy rather than Zebek 2.0. Oh my gosh, yo. Let this man King J speak, bro. Let him talk. I 100% see a narrative like that. Although Loki loves Zebek, he looks up to rocks and stuff like that. Loki ends up betting on Luffy. Come on, that's such a common theme, bro. And that adds to the driving force that is Luffy. It adds to the driving force that is Nika. It adds to the driving force that is Joy Boy. Characters betting on Luffy. Characters betting on Joy Boy. When Loki erases the red line, Luffy will be fighting Blackbeard right below the red line at Fishman Island. Caribou, knowing the location of Pluton, will lead to this. This will fulfill three things. 1, Blackbeard dying at the bottom of the sea, like Davy Jones. 2, Madame Charlie's prophecy of Luffy destroying Fishman Island. And 3, Luffy keeping the promise to take Shirahoshi to a forest in Upper Land Earth. I really like that point. Luffy did promise this to Shirahoshi. And this is something, King J, that like One Piece fans don't talk enough about. Don't forget, bro, that land was promised to Shirahoshi 3,000 years ago. Shirahoshi will ask Sea Kings to pool Noah and help other races from the flood, ending racism against fishmen. See, this is also something that I could see. Poseidon controls the Sea Kings. That's what makes Poseidon, right? But what's the point of the Noah? It should be used. You could formulate an argument that like, oh, well, maybe Noah was used in the past because the world was being flooded. But then it's like, okay, well, why can't it be used again, though? Also, we know Loki liked Lola. Blackbeard has Pudding now. For some reason, Oda made Lola the only sister who supported Pudding with her three-eyed appearance. While this has nothing to do with the theory, I find it interesting that of all the 85 kids, the one Pudding is most connected to is exactly the same person Loki liked. Could it be possible that Lola was the first person to say something nice about Loki's, I think you meant his eyes? Ooh. Dude. that's my favorite point of the theory. That's my favorite point of the theory. That's my favorite point. Could it be possible that Lola was the first person to say something nice about Loki's eyes? Didn't Sanji say something nice about Pudding's eyes? So in the way that Sanji was complimenting Pudding's eyes, did Lola compliment Pudding's eyes as well? But you would have that narrative with Loki and Lola. Both people who liked Lola, Loki and Pudding, were oppressed because of unusual eyes. Coincidence? And Blackbeard has Pudding now. Blackbeard also has Moria too, who introduced us to Lola first. Wait. King J. I thought we read recently that Moria escaped. Didn't we read that somewhere? Was that in like a recent chapter or like an SBS? I thought we had that recently. Can anyone confirm? I thought we read that recently, that Moria escaped or something like that. Am I imagining this? All of this is a fire take, bro. My only thing, like my question, King J, is like, I want to know the narrative for Blackbeard and Luffy fighting at Fishman Island, because like okay, so how does that happen? You know, does Luffy go backwards in the New World? Like Luffy goes backwards right now all the way to Fishman Island? Or do you think Luffy goes forwards to Reverse Mountain and then goes forwards all the way across the red line until he reaches Fishman Island and fights him there? Which way do you think it would go? Does Luffy go backwards right now? Backwards? Does he go reverse in the New World back to Fishman Island and then forwards again? Or do you think he doesn't go backwards, he goes forwards, which is he's about to hit Reverse Mountain. He hits Reverse Mountain, then he goes forwards all the way across Paradise until he reaches Fishman Island again. Which one would it be? Would it be the latter? I feel like you would say it would be the latter. But yeah, Loki being Jormungandr, King J, me and you have always liked that take for months and months and months and months. I do like Loki being Nidhogg as well. Luffy might go backwards because Roger went to West Blue from the New World, specifically to take revenge against Zebek. Man, that'll be a lot of traveling for Luffy, bro. Yo, that would be so much traveling for Luffy. This man finally makes it to the New World. He sails past Punk Hazard, Zoe, Whole Cake Island, Wano, Egghead. He makes it all the way across the New World to Elbaf. And then he's like, no, my bad. We got to make a U-turn. Make a U-turn and go all the way back to Fishman Island. But we have to make it to the end of the New World as well. So we're going to make a New World, or we're going to make a U-turn all the way to Fishman Island and then go forwards all the way again, passing like the 6 islands we already passed. I don't know. Maybe Oda would speed run that or something. Interesting. But yeah, that you raise a good point though, because Roger didn't cross the New World the first time, right? Roger went to Lodestar, and Roger couldn't find the last island, being Laugh Tale, right? He was on Lodestar. The log pose started spinning when he was on Lodestar. He didn't know how to get to the final island, Laugh Tale. But notice how they did not say that Roger circumnavigated the globe until way after that when he left Laugh Tale. Isn't that interesting? When Roger made it to Lodestar, they didn't say he circumnavigated the globe. But when Roger left Laugh Tale, what was that, like 20 years later? When Roger left Laugh Tale 20 years later, now they say he circumnavigated the globe. So you raise a good point, King J. Then that must mean that he got to Lodestar, then he went backwards. He went backwards all the way to the West Blue for God Valley. See, chat? King J is very, very sharp, guys. Don't underestimate King J. He is extremely sharp. He catches on to details like that instantly. Wow, very, very fun take. Interesting. Very interesting. Please check general chat. All right, give me 1 second. I feel bad for all the hardcore One Piece fans missing your stream. Hey, oh well. They'll find the stream eventually. It's all good. Yo, as long as here's how I think. Like me personally, right? As long as Jesus Christ continuously draws me closer to him, everything will be okay. You know? If One Piece never ends, that would suck, but at least Christ will reign supreme in my heart. If I had no viewers anymore, my viewers just went down to 0, right? At least, you know, I could have Christ reign in my heart. And honestly, I prefer living that way, because before, my happiness and my sanity and stuff like that, it would always have to depend on external things that could never be consistent enough for me, that could never fulfill me. You know, just always chasing after things that never filled me enough, that never made me happy for a good enough time, you know? And we do have like spiritual dryness sometimes, but God won't abandon us, you know? Like before, I would have to turn to the ganja. At one point, I turned to the alcohol, turned to conspiracy theories, turned to One Piece, turned to other anime. Bro, none of that ever fulfilled me. Like, it would give me like a temporary, it would give me like temporary joy and hope and fulfillment, but it was never enough, you know? All right, let's look at Discord. I'm scared, bro. Those are like the 3 scariest words you could tell me. Check Discord. Oh my God, bro. This is why my chat is trash, bro. Not funny, man. Can you guys stop with like me and Zoro already? There's no reason for you guys to think that I'm a Zoro fan or like a big Zoro fan. What is it about me? What is it about how I look that makes you guys think that I'm such a like Zoro stan or something? Is it the way I look? Is it the way I talk? What is it? What do you mean canon edit? You know what? King J, I take it back. Your theory's trash. I take it back, King J. Your theory is trash. You're creditless. You're a bot. You can't cook. And you stole that theory. T-shirt. You're literally wearing his t-shirt right now, bruh. Bro's wearing a Zoro t-shirt. Okay, scratch that. What else is it about me that makes you guys think that I'm such a big Zoro fan like you guys claim? Huh? What is it? I gotta pull up the spoilers. People are gonna join the stream and be like, where's the spoilers? You're not even streaming the spoilers. Bro, dreams about Zoro at night, I can confirm. Bro, that's such a lie, man. Can you stop with this trash? It's literally not true. You ain't even call my name a fraction of that? Yes, I have, bro. Yes, I have. I'll call your name like 32 times before you finally hear me and you turn my way and listen. How about that? Ferasti, God bless, bro. Bro said Zoro 100,000 times. All right. I did something that I could say for sure no other One Piece fan has done. I guarantee you Oda himself hasn't even said Zoro 100,000 times. When we die and we go to heaven and we see like our life stats and we see like a world leaderboard to stuff, You know, I'm going to be at the top of the leaderboard for most pronunciations of the name Zoro. I'm going to be at the top of that leaderboard by like probably like tenfold or something. I own that world record. No one has said Zoro more than me. And honestly, you guys should never do it. That was one of the worst decisions I ever made, bro. Saying Zoro 100,000 times. Didn't it take 13 hours? That was awful, bro. Hey, but you know what? I did it. I had to prove to myself that I have the willpower to do something so tiring, so annoying, so aggravating, so irritating. Hey, I did it, bro. I proved to myself I could have a completely insane goal and do it through sheer willpower. Sheer willpower, guys. All right, what else do we need to talk about with the spoilers, chat? If we don't have anything else to say, I think I should take a nap, bro. I don't think I slept enough. I kept waking up, bro. I woke up like 8 times, man. What else do we need to talk about, chat? What else? Mr. Beast of One Piece community. Facts, bro. Facts. He needs to say Jesus 1 million times. Yo, if 100,000 times took 13 hours, I'm pretty sure 1 million times will take 13 days or something like that. What is 13 hours? Hold on. 13 hours times 10. No, that would take like 5.5 days. If it took me 13 hours, or how long was it? Can someone go double check? If it took me 13 hours, then that means if I said something 1 million times, it would take me 5.5 days straight. Dude, I'm pretty sure I would develop like a mental disorder. Wouldn't that like give me a mental disorder or something? You cannot say one word 1 million times straight without your brain. Like you would probably like it would be like you would self-induce a mental illness. I can't do that. I can't do that. Davy Jones Locker. Locke Beck is as canon as rocks. You would watch that? Bro, YouTube, how it works is like once you hit the 12-hour mark, YouTube cuts the stream offline. You're not allowed to stream more than 12 hours. YouTube cuts the stream offline, so then you have to go live again on a second stream. So if I said Jesus 1 million times, it would take 5.5 days. Bro, that would be like 10 streams or something like that. I don't know. Go do the math. Yeah, that's probably true. That's probably true. Not if you made sure you slept and ate food. Yeah, bro, I would literally need to take breaks, man. No, I can't do that. I can't do that. That's too much, bro. That's too much. 1 million. I don't think I could say any word 1 million times. I can't do it, bro. I can't. My brain can't handle that type of behavior. All right, chat, is there anything else we need to add? Is there anything else you guys want to talk about with the spoilers? I hope, man, I really do, chat. I hope that the long summary spoilers, I hope they drop at a good time. I was staying up last night to see if the spoilers would release because technically the spoilers would usually drop way too early in the morning for me. But I literally stayed up at night for the spoilers and they didn't drop until like what, 3 a.m. or something like that for me. That's ridiculous, man. I don't know what these leakers are on, bro. Why are these leakers like that, man? My comment above. Wait, what's your comment above? Which are the 2 fruits Zebek wanted? If Whitebeard already had Gura, it'll be Yami and a different fruit. There's a solid chance the next chapter spoils Blackbeard's fruit. So King J, I think there's a lot of options. There's a lot of good options. But I think the one that is most thematically fitting is that Zebek wanted the Yami and the Nika. But I think King J, I think people are underestimating the idea that the Ope Ope no Mi was the fruit in Elbaf, because the Ope Ope no Mi went into circulation around the time that Harold died and the fruit was stolen or whatever. Also, the Ope Ope no Mi is a legendary fruit. You know, I love rocks with the guts, or I think you meant with the Gura Gura no Mi. Evil, I remember what Evil, remember what we was talking about? Yeah. I think like if Zebek put the Gura Gura no Mi on his double fruit, that'd be pretty cool. But I don't know, man. Ever since we saw like Zebek fighting and swinging his sword, I find I kind of lean towards Zebek not having the Gura Gura, you know? I suppose it's possible, but and I would really like that. I think it'd be really sick, actually. But I don't know. DeMello fellow, God bless, bro. I'm glad to see you here. Glad to see you here, bro. Chop chop. I don't know, man. Do we think that Zebek, or do we think that the chop chop fruit was considered a legendary fruit? I don't know, bro. Didn't they find that in like a? Did they say how they found that? I think they said they just randomly found it or something. When would that have been? No, the legendary fruit can't be the chop chop, because the legendary fruit from Elbaf was stolen when Zebek, or when Harold died, and that was 16 years ago. But Buggy ate the chop chop fruit way earlier than 16 years ago. It was way earlier because Roger died and the crew ended 20 years ago. So it doesn't make any sense at all that the chop chop fruit would be the legendary fruit of Elbaf. At best, you would say that when Zebek wanted two devil fruits, one of them was the chop chop fruit, and then the other fruit was the legendary fruit of Elbaf. Yeah, Buggy ate it more than 25 years ago. Yeah, so it would have to be not the legendary fruit of Elbaf. It would have to be the other one. But I don't know. I think it's way more thematically fitting if the other one was the Yami Yami no Mi. Do you think Buggy is Zebek's kid? Yeah. I mean, I've been making videos of that almost for the past 4 years. Me, King J, and Three Skull Joe. If you guys know Three Skull Joe on Twitter, we've been saying Rocks D Buggy literally for like 4 years now. But here's the thing, right? Even though Blackbeard is confirmed to be the son of Zebek, and it doesn't necessarily conflict with Rocks D Buggy, it still pulls me away a little bit, you know? It pulls me away from that. But the One Piece community really likes Rocks D Buggy, so it's giving me hope and it's giving me cope. Does that make sense? It's too boring if it's the Yami. Yeah, but like that doesn't really matter though. Like, is Oda gonna be like, all right, I have this idea for the One Piece story, but I'm not gonna do it because Life Bearer thinks it's too boring? Like, do we think that's actually going to be the case? And if you want to like scratch that thinking, right? And we think like if we think from a consistent point of view, that, and like we avoid logical fallacies and stuff like that. Whether we like something or not, it doesn't really impact a theory. Right? It doesn't really impact an argument. So like if I made a theory, right? And I was like, yo, here's my theory. And the reason why I believe this is because it's very cool. You know that no one would buy into the theory just because it's cool. Actually, No, I take that back. Probably a lot of One Piece fans would believe something just because it's very cool or it's very funny. Because One Piece fans. But like, just follow me, right? Follow me here, right? From a logical perspective, our subjective view of what's like really funny or what's really cool, it doesn't really match Oda, and I don't really think it matters. I think like what makes more sense is one, does it fit the timeline of the One Piece history, right? Two, does what do you call it? Is it foreshadowing? Is there foreshadowing? Is it foreshadowed in the story? Three, are there parallels? Like, is there a visual parallel? Is there an ideological parallel? Is there an emotional parallel? Is there a character parallel? Stuff like that, you know? Another one, is it fitting in the story? You know, I think those types of reasons, you know, that type of argumentation is a bit stronger than like, oh, you know, like this one thing would be too obvious. This one thing wouldn't be cool, you know? This thing would be boring. Like, that's not really an argument. Also, if you've been in the One Piece community long enough, you guys know how One Piece fans are, right? I can't tell you how many times I've seen a One Piece theory, right? People will say, oh, no, that can't be the answer because that's way too obvious, evil, right? Then we get a bunch of chapters and that theory is confirmed. And those same people, what do they say? Oh, well, evil, I don't know why you're making it such a big deal. It was so obvious the whole time. Like, come on, brother. My brother in humanity. When a theory is too obvious, you go against it. But then when that same theory is confirmed to be correct, you say, oh, you're making a big deal. Dude, it's just theories. It's just One Piece. It's just for fun. It was so obvious anyways. Why are you making a big deal? We all knew it was the answer. It's just like, I don't know. I can't say like, I shouldn't say it's like, oh, this is how One Piece fans are. Because I mean, technically, like this is how One Piece fans are. But it's kind of like a human thing, bro. This is how humans are. Why not openly say if one of them was the Yami? Yami, we already know he is Blackbeard's father. It definitely is another fruit. So just because it's not named the Yami doesn't mean it's definitely another fruit. Also, you have to take into consideration that these are short summary spoilers. How do we not know that it is the Yami fruit? And Pupice, for whatever reason, said that he said that or he chose to not say it was the Yami. For all we know, it could be the Yami. Maybe he like puts darkness in his hand or something as he's talking about a second legendary fruit. His hand turns to darkness. Maybe there's like a floating in the air with like a cloud around it, like kind of like he's thinking or something, and there's a Yami fruit. Like, just because the Pupice and the spoilers and the leakers don't outright say it's the Yami doesn't mean it's not the Yami. And same thing for Oda. Just because he doesn't spell out how it's the Yami doesn't mean it's definitely not the Yami. You get what I'm saying? Like, see, like, this is exactly what I was pointing out. This is exactly what would happen. People would say, no, it can't be the Yami because like Oda would have said if it was the Yami that Zebek wanted. And also it would be so obvious. But then if it turns out Zebek had the Yami no Mi, those same people would be like, yo, evil, yo, King J, why are you making such a big deal, bro? It's just a manga. It's just One Piece. Bro, theories are for fun. Why are you making such a big deal? It was so obvious that it was the Yami fruit. Why are you trying? You think you're like the best theorist? King J, you think you're such a good One Piece theorist? You're so prideful. You're so egotistical, bro. Look at all your pride. You're talking about how it's the Yami when we knew it was the Yami. It was so obvious, bro. That's literally how people would act. And you know how I know this? I've seen this 1,000 times. And I'm sure like you guys have seen it too. But anyways, like that kind of banter, that kind of stuff. Look, bro, that kind of banter in the One Piece community, it really doesn't matter. to me at least. What matters is proper argumentation, logical consistency, stuff like that. Avoiding logical fallacies, properly reading how things are worded, things like that. I don't really like to get into the mix of like, oh, well, this theory is popular. Oh, well, this is obvious. Oh, well, this is cool. Like, I don't really care about that kind of stuff. King J with the 40. God bless, bro. Blackbeard's mom's character design had Buggy's nose. Yo, I forgot about that, man. Didn't Oda in a magazine like many, many years ago, he drew this lady, right? This lady, bro. I forgot about this, man. Bro, where's the picture? I totally forgot about this. Like Oda was like saying that like Blackbeard had like a mom or something like that. Blackbeard had a mother and 2 sisters. Is that what it was? Oda was like, I think it was like an idea he had. I don't remember. King J or someone in the chat, can you refresh my mind? I think this was like an idea that Blackbeard had. I think there was like a magazine. Oda was putting like all of his ideas for One Piece in it, like scrapped ideas. I think he also had like scrapped Blackbeard designs. And one of those designs of Blackbeard, he had like a parrot on his shoulder. He had like an eye patch. And I think like he wrote in here like his mother, his sisters. I don't really remember too well, bro. She looks like a Marshall Lee. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I kind of get that vibe too. But King J's right. That mother, that woman, she has a circle nose, bro. She has a clown nose, man. Chat, I was so depressed when I didn't see a big fat red nose on Zebek's face. Like, don't get me wrong, like Zebek's introduction is sick and like his character design is really cool. But when we did not get revealed a big fat red nose on Zebek, it kind of ruined One Piece as a manga for me. L, God bless, man. Where you been, bro? How are you gonna tune into the stream at 2:30 in the morning, bro? Like, really, bro? Legendary fruit can't be Nika or Yami. Both fruits were eaten by 14 years ago. Wait. What do you mean? Yo, chat, how do I draw on a MacBook Pro? Can someone tell me? How do I draw on a MacBook Pro? You guys know how like Windows PCs, how they have like a Paint, Microsoft Paint? Does anyone know if there's like a Apple Paint or something like that? How do I do that? Is it notes? Can anyone tell me? How do I draw on how do I do that, chat? How do you draw in on like a MacBook? Hold on. How do I do that? Dang. Do I have to open Photoshop, bro? Paint website. Oh wait, they have a website? Paint website. Klecky paint tool. This. Oh, this would work. Thank you so much. Yo, shout out to Life Bear. God bless, bro. Here. So let me show you something, right? So we got a timeline, right? We got a timeline, right? Let's say 39 years ago, right? 39. Oh, geez, this is gonna be hard to do. Okay, let's say 39 years ago, right? Zebek. No, let's put GVI, right? God Valley incident was 39 years ago, right? But here's the thing, right? Harold, he died what was it, 16 years ago? Is that when the fruit went out, or 14 years ago? I think it was 14 years ago, right? Harold died 14 years ago. Let's just say, let's just spell Harold. Oh, geez. Yo, I need to, should I just grab my drawing pad so I could do this easier? Trying to draw with a mouse is awful, bro. Okay. When did Luffy eat his fruit again? Because Luffy, he's 19, right? And he ate his fruit when he was 7? Yeah, Luffy debuted at 7 years old. And Luffy's 19 right now. He ate his fruit when he was 7, so that was 12 years ago. So 12 years ago is when, we'll just write Gomu, right? 12 years ago is when the Gomu Gomu no Mi was eaten. So this does work. This does work unless I'm misunderstanding you, Smokey. So at this point, hold on, can I actually move these? How do I highlight something to move it? I need to move this timeline. How do I highlight? Dude, I've never, oh, is it this? Oh yeah, it's this. Okay, so wait, no. Yeah, grab this. Paint bucket, let's do white. My brother. How do I extend this? Select. Why can't I move this, bro? How do I move this, man? You missed the important point. Zebek wanted 2 devil fruits. How did he plan to eat 2 fruits? I didn't miss that. I have no idea, but I think Blackbeard, I think it's more interesting for Blackbeard. It's kind of like maybe not more interesting, but maybe as interesting, where it's like, how did Blackbeard learn of this plan from Zebek? He clearly learned of it from Zebek, right? Oh, that's how we do it. Okay, let's move it right here. So this is better. Okay. Let's go like this. Let's do size 4. So boom, we got like this, right? So King J, since you're so good at timelines, how many years ago is Zebek talking about 2 legendary devil fruits? Because he's most likely saying that around the time that Zebek meets Loki, right? Chat, does anyone know how many years ago Zebek landed on God, or landed on Elbaf and met Loki? How many years ago was that? You're ashamed you argued this in a certain way? Bro, Smokey, it's not even a big deal, bro. You know how many times I've like thrown an idea out there and then I realized it doesn't fit the timelines at all? It's good, bro. It's okay. Like we have ideas, we throw them out there, and then we recorrect, right? We correct them, we reposition ourselves, and then we come out with a better take. Right now, I just want to see like what we can figure out with the timelines. 45 years ago? Thank you. I'll go with that. I trust that. Okay, so now 45 years ago, right? Zebek is talking about 2 legendary fruits. So let's just write Zebek 2. Oh man, this is so difficult to write. Wait, that's a G. Why did I write a G? Zebek, and then we'll put 2. Okay. So 45 years ago, Zebek was talking about getting 2 devil fruits, right? Then 6 years later, he dies at God Valley. or 14 or 39 years ago, he dies at God Valley. 14 years ago, Harold, maybe we'll put Harold dies, so it's more obvious. Although it probably shouldn't even be Harold dies. Let's just write fruit so that it's more obvious. This is about that legendary fruit of Elbaf going out into the world. Which, by the way, I don't have enough space on this because I do want to include, like, we know, chat, we know that 13 years ago, probably 13 on the border of 14 years ago, Shanks decided, hey, I need to chase Cypher Pull because I need this devil fruit. Which, by the way, chat, we all know Shanks and his crew, they don't use devil fruits. Shanks Nika. Let's put Shanks Nika. You guys will be able to understand, right? It's kind of obvious what I'm saying. So it's interesting. I think that it would make sense. 45 years ago, Zebek talks about having a second devil fruit or 2 devil fruits. It's unclear if he already had a fruit at that point. 6 years later, he dies at God Valley. 25 years later, Harold dies and the fruit goes out. 1 year later, Shanks takes the Nika fruit. But here's the thing. It doesn't even have to be 1 year later, chat. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. So yeah, it's interesting. It could be the case because here's the thing, right? Man, is there a way to here? Maybe I can chat. Does anyone use this website? How do I make this image bigger? I need more space. Oh, right here. Let's just do 3,000 by 3,000. Wait, I'm limited? Really, bro? It got rid of my drawings. Oh, wait, current? Let's put current. Bro, why is it erasing, man? I want to write some notes on here, bro. It's just so annoying. Let's just use this. So here's the thing, right? We have an ideological parallel, most likely between Blackbeard and Zebek, right? Why? Because they both most likely want to be king of the world, right? We also have a visual parallel between Blackbeard and Zebek. Why? Because they both have the same nose, eyes, etc. But then we also have a what can we classify this as? Maybe it's another form of an ideological parallel, because with Blackbeard and Zebek, they both had a plan of what, chat? Holding, or let's just say eating 2 devil fruits. Okay, so you see this here, chat? Let's move this over a little bit. So it could be possible that at the time Zebek talked about having 2 devil fruits, he already had the Yami fruit in his hand. And he talks about how he wants 2 legendary devil fruits. One of them is on Elbaf, which is most likely the legendary fruit that was kept in the chest that Harold lost when he died 14 years ago. And around that same time, Shanks chases Cypher Pole for the Nika fruit. And a few months later, a year later, Luffy eats the Gomu Gomu no Mi. But here's the interesting thing. ideological parallel between Blackbeard and Zebek is that they most likely want to become king of the world. Visual parallel because of Blackbeard and Zebek, because they both have the same nose and eyes. Ideological parallel between Blackbeard and Zebek is because they both ate 2 devil fruits. And then we have a generational parallel, right? Generational parallel between Blackbeard and Zebek. Why? Because they are father and son. So they both are D clan members. They have a generational parallel. So what we would be arguing, chat, is that these are not the only parallels that we see between Blackbeard and Zebek. There's a final parallel between Blackbeard and Zebek. And that parallel would be a character parallel. Why? Why would they have a character parallel between Blackbeard and Zebek? Because they both had the Yami Yami no Mi. You follow? I just realized you guys couldn't see anything I was typing the whole time. Oh my goodness gracious. Let's try this. You guys couldn't see anything I was typing the whole time. So, ideological parallel between Blackbeard and Zebek is that they want to become king of the world. Although Blackbeard hasn't said it, it could be interpreted that way. There's a visual parallel between Blackbeard and Zebek because they both have the same nose, eyes, etc. There's an ideological parallel between Blackbeard and Zebek because they both had a plan of eating 2 devil fruits. There's a generational parallel between Blackbeard and Zebek because they're both D clan members and they are father and son. And finally, what we're arguing today is that there is a character parallel between Blackbeard and Zebek because they both had the Yami Yami no Mi. Now, here's the interesting thing. If we go here, right, to 45 years ago, which is when Zebek, or 44 years ago, whatever, bro, to when Zebek talked about how he wants 2 devil fruits, we would be arguing that he already has one, right? Which is the Yami Yami no Mi. And we explained and made an argument. This is a pretty good argument. Chat, if you guys want to make this into a video, a YouTube short, a Reddit post, a tweet, whatever, if you guys want to make this theory, be my guest. I don't really care. I'm just showing you guys how to theory craft, how to properly form this argument. So, what you should say is Zebek had the Yami Yami no Mi, and the second fruit he wanted is the Nika fruit. Let me explain why. That's how you should start. And you should lay the basis. You should say there's an ideological parallel between Blackbeard and Zebek. They both most likely want to become king of the world. Zebek pretty much outright showed it, and Blackbeard can be perceived as aiming for that because of him wanting to have his own era and him gunning for the One Piece, which could destroy and own the planet. Then there's a visual parallel between Blackbeard and Zebek because they both have the same eyes, nose, etc. Then there's an ideological parallel between Blackbeard and Zebek because they both had a plan of eating 2 devil fruits. Then there's a generational parallel between Blackbeard and Zebek because they are both father and son carrying the D initial. So our final conclusion that we're deriving from this premises is that there's one more parallel between Blackbeard and Zebek, and it's that they both had the Yami Yami no Mi. Okay? Now, let's continue. So 45 years ago, he already had the Yami Yami no Mi. And 6 years pass and he dies at God Valley. So what happens? The Yami Yami no Mi goes back into circulation, right? It goes back into circulation because Zebek died, which would make it available for characters like Blackbeard to eat. 25 years later, Harold dies. And Harold, Elbaf, they were said to have housed a devil fruit that is legendary, a legendary devil fruit, right? Well, first of all, let's type in this. Elbaf has a legendary fruit. So first of all, Elbaf worships the sun god, right? We see this in Elbaf Arc. We see this in Big Mom's flashback in Elbaf as a child. They literally mention the sun god, etc. We also know in Vegapunk's speech, Vegapunk said that Joy Boy was at Elbaf, right? And he was compared to Nika, right? You guys have seen me mention this in many different theories. In Vegapunk's broadcast, he said, this tale starts 900 years ago. A man born in a impossibly advanced civilization. He, just like sun god Nika of Elbaf fable, he could stretch and contract. Well, here's the thing. Why is Luffy Joy Boy? Because of the Nika fruit. Why is Luffy Nika? Because of the Nika fruit. So why was Joy Boy Nika? Why was he compared to Nika? Again, because of the Nika fruit. So Joy Boy was in Elbaf and he was compared to Nika, which could even mean that Joy Boy possibly died on Elbaf, or his fruit was kept in Elbaf, making it that legendary fruit of Elbaf because he was at Elbaf. What's another detail that we could add? They also so therefore they had connection to Joy Boy, which was compared to Nika. They also have a narrative right now of who is the sun god, right? And Luffy's the true sun god. But why is Luffy the true sun god? Because of Nika. So what is our conclusion to this? Is that Elbaf's legendary fruit is the Nika fruit. Okay? So by using this argumentation, you can make, I think this is a little sufficient. This is a bit sufficient to argue that the Nika fruit was the legendary Elbaf fruit. So look, Harold dies around 14 years ago, and around 13 years ago, Shanks is chasing Cypher Pole for what? A fruit. Which, by the way, hold on, let me add this detail. Let me close this. Let me add this detail for you guys. You should also mention, if you're going to make this a theory, mention that the Nika fruit is a legendary fruit. The Nika fruit is a legendary fruit. So let's go back to this. Shanks is chasing Cypher Pole for a legendary devil fruit. Shanks, you and your crew, you guys don't even use devil fruits though. Why are you going for a devil fruit? And how did you know to go after Cypher Pole? And why are you going for that fruit specifically? It must be because this fruit, this Nika fruit that Shanks is chasing after is, let me use green. It's this same fruit that was stolen from Elbaf. We also know Shanks has a deep relationship and connection to Elbaf. So doesn't it make sense? Elbaf had their fruit stolen. Shanks chased after the people that stole it, and he took it back. And then a year later, months later, Luffy eats the Gomu Gomu no Mi. Now, an objection that people would probably make is, oh, well, if the legendary fruit of Elbaf was the Nika fruit, and it was stolen 14 years ago, but Shanks didn't steal the Nika fruit until 13 years ago, why is there such a big gap of space? The thing is like, these timelines can be a little tricky, a little wonky, to where like maybe this was like 13 years in like 9 months or something. Maybe this was like on the border of 14 years, like barely into 14 years. And I saw like a Japanese content creator. I think they said that Oda had to correct this right here. I think I heard him mention that like Oda had to make a correction to where Shanks didn't take the fruit 13 years ago. It was actually 14. I'm going to have to go double check that. But regardless, you could use all of this argumentation, chat, to explain why, or I guess argue why, Zebek had the Yami Yami no Mi, and he wanted the legendary fruit of Elbaf because it's the Nika fruit. And he couldn't get it. So Zebek died on God Valley. One thing led to another. Many years pass. Blackbeard takes the Yami Yami no Mi. Blackbeard's already inheriting the will of Zebek. Blackbeard then has the same plan as Zebek to have 2 devil fruits. But that fruit that Zebek wanted on Elbaf was the Nika fruit that was stolen that Shanks took that ended up in Luffy's hands. So you know what makes this even more narratively beautiful, chat? You know what makes this even more narratively beautiful? You guys can mention this for your theory. Go ahead, make a video, a tweet, whatever you want. You could actually argue Zebek had the Yami but wanted the Nika, right? And Zebek failed to get the Nika fruit, right? But here's what makes this narratively beautiful. Zebek's son, you could say Zebek's son Blackbeard took the Yami and his, you could say Zebek's son Blackbeard took the Yami Yami no Mi, and his biggest battle is against the Nika fruit. You see that? Zebek won the Zebek had the Yami. He was good. He had the Yami. That's why he was so strong. That's why he killed an admiral. He had the Yami fruit. He wanted the Nika fruit. He wanted two very powerful fruits that were very different from each other. Because if you have two good fruits that are similar, it's kind of like a waste. You know, if you had like the magma and the flame fruit, they're too similar. But if you have the Yami and the Nika fruit, which are both powerful but very different from each other, you could have a much wider arsenal. So yeah, Zebek had the Yami. He wanted the Nika, but Zebek failed. He died. Zebek's son Blackbeard took the Yami while he was on the Whitebeard crew. Blackbeard takes the Yami. He has the same plan as his father Zebek of wanting to have two fruits, and Blackbeard gets the fruit. But in this case, Blackbeard didn't. Maybe, I mean, we can't necessarily say this for certain. Maybe Blackbeard wants three fruits, but Blackbeard ends up having a second fruit, the Gura Gura no Mi. But his father, Zebek, he didn't want the Gura. He wanted the Nika fruit, right? Because I don't think anyone would argue, because Blackbeard has the Yami and his second fruit was the Gura, then that must mean that the fruit Zebek wanted, the second one, the legendary one of Elbaf, I don't think people would say that that fruit, the legendary fruit of Elbaf, was the Gura Gura no Mi. And I don't think people would say it's the Yami Yami no Mi either, because of the argumentation right here of Elbaf's fruit being the Nika fruit. It fits the timeline pretty well. It's very thematic. It fits the themes of the story, you know? It's very fitting. So that's how you would probably argue, chat, that, again, Zebek had the Yami. He wanted the Nika fruit. Zebek fails because that Nika fruit was in Elbaf. Fast forward, Blackbeard gets the Yami. He also, like his father, wants two devil fruits. But instead of the Nika fruit, he goes for the Gura fruit. And Harold dies. That Nika fruit goes out. Shanks, having such a deep allegiance to Elbaf, chases after Cypher Pole. Shanks himself doesn't even care about fruits. He goes after Cypher Pole and he takes that Nika fruit back. And Joy Boy gets it. What do you think, guys? What do you think? Sorry, I wasn't able to see the chat for a minute because in order to share my screen on here, it's just so dumb, bro. But what do you think, chat? What do you think? And Young Smokey with Bounty Ball into the building. Thank you, brother. God bless you so much, man. Thank you. Young Smokey says, I remember what I was saying. My question was, do you believe Loki ate the legendary fruit of Elbaf? One, even if it's the Nika fruit, I believe we are going to see an entirely new fruit, but I got you timeline. That was what I was saying earlier. Yeah. So what I would say is that if Loki ate the fruit on Elbaf, let me share this screen. If Loki ate the fruit on Elbaf, then it is not a fruit someone currently has because Loki's alive. And I know you agree, Smokey. I'm just kind of saying this for the chat. Anyone that's just tuning in. Again, if Loki ate the legendary Elbaf fruit, then it's obviously not a fruit that someone currently holds because Loki's alive. So that fruit didn't go out for that person to eat. For an example, Loki couldn't have eaten the Nika fruit if it was a legendary fruit of Elbaf because Luffy ate the Nika fruit. if someone would argue that no, the legendary fruit of Elbaf is the Yami fruit, and Loki ate it, well, that wouldn't make sense because Loki's alive. Blackbeard has the fruit, which, by the way, that actually makes it easier. If you guys are still paying attention to my whole take, my explanation, my breakdown, that actually makes it easier to kind of argue why the Nika fruit is the legendary fruit of Elbaf, but you would have to say that Loki didn't actually eat the fruit, and that could work. I mean, you could Smokey, you could make that argument because it appears that there's like a lot of stretched truths about Loki. There's a lot of lies about Loki. So who's to say that there isn't another lie or a stretched truth about Loki? He didn't actually eat the fruit. He didn't eat the fruit, right? And maybe that fruit was the Nika fruit. Even this Nika fruit, I believe we were going to see an entirely new fruit. I got you the timeline. Okay, so I think there's two roads you can take. There's two roads you guys can take. There's two options. Either you go with option one, right? Option one says that, is there a typing tool? Okay, option one says that, this is so bad. It says that Loki has a never before seen fruit. Okay. Let's just do 50, maybe. Okay, option number one says that Loki has a never before seen fruit, right? In chat, you guys let me know. I'm curious, chat. I genuinely want to know, what option would you guys go with? So either Loki has a never before seen fruit, or the third option is that Loki did not even eat the Elbaf fruit. I think those are the only options that we can really hold to. There's no other what other option would you hold to? Because how would Loki have a fruit that someone else has right now? That doesn't make any sense. And Smokey, I know that's not what you're saying. I'm just kind of saying that for people that might believe that. Which one do you guys go with? Chat, seriously, I want to see some answers. Comment down below. And if you guys are enjoying the theme or the streams, if you guys are enjoying the breakdowns, just, it's free. It costs nothing to support me as a creator. Just drop a like on the stream. Drop a like on the stream and comment in the stream chat. What option would you go with? Does Loki have a never before seen fruit? Or does he have, or did he not eat the fruit? I kind of want to go with two, bro. I want to go with two. I like option two because I like the idea that the Nika fruit is the legendary fruit of Elbaf. I think that that's a very good argument, as you guys saw me articulate. It appears that I missed the stream elements. Simon with the two, got it. Thank you so much, brother. God bless. What if Blackbeard wanted the Nika fruit? That's why he tried to get Luffy for his spot as warlord. Hey, that's interesting. That's interesting. Hey, honestly, if Blackbeard wanted the Nika fruit, I wouldn't even be surprised, bro. Because Blackbeard most likely knows about that fruit's powerful attributes. Also, one thing, Simon, I'm sure you would agree with me, but Blackbeard, he doesn't have to divulge everything he knows. Right? I think a lot of characters are like that in One Piece. Yo, Leon, God bless, bro. I think a lot of characters like that are in One Piece. We don't have to know everything that they know. Like, the One Piece world is not owed information from Blackbeard. Right? The One Piece world is not owed information from Emu. No character has to say anything. Like, Rayleigh doesn't owe us information. Rayleigh doesn't owe Luffy information. No one owes anyone information. So my point is that Blackbeard could have way more knowledge than what we believe, than what we think, but not reveal it. Why should he have to reveal it? Why would he play his trump card? You know? Same thing with Robin. Robin could know a lot more than what she's letting on. Why does she need to say everything? Okay, to Luffy and the crew, okay, maybe that's one thing. Maybe off screen, they had a conversation or something. But like, if Robin's like in the middle of a grand fight in Wano or Elbaf or something, why does Robin need to go and blurt out like stuff about the D-Clan and whatnot? Why? Even Emu, like, sure, Emu had a conversation with Cobra and Emu was spilling all the sauce and stuff like that, but why would Emu need to go out and start like saying Joy Boy's real name and like his, I don't know, like what he looked like or whatever? They don't have to say anything. Blackbeard doesn't have to say everything he knows. Blackbeard doesn't need to explain why the Nika fruit's so important. Blackbeard doesn't have to go tell everyone about Davy Jones. Why? Why should he have to do that? If anything, he wants to use information as a tool. He wants to monopolize information for his own gain, his own superiority. So yeah, Simon, back to what you said. I see eye to eye to that. I think him wanting the Nika fruit, I think that makes a lot of sense. Think it works, but you know, it'll be a lot more interesting if Blackbeard does get 3 devil fruits. But Smokey, going back to this though, bro, God bless. So many super chats today from you, brother. A 50 bomb, man. Yo, chat. I know we dropped a bunch of W's for Wokey, and I know we dropped a bunch of Wokies today, but you guys still need to drop more. Even though he dropped 100, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, he did drop a 50 bomb, chat. So can we get some Wokies for the boy? Like, this man did drop a 50 bomb. Like, come on, chat. Like, this dude, this man, Smokey, world's most generous man. Like, you got Whitebeard, world's strongest man. You got Kaido, world's strongest creature. You got Mihawk, world's strongest swordsman. You got Sanji, world's strongest pedophile. Then you got Smokey, world's strongest generous man. Yeah, world's strongest generous man. World's most generous man. Thank you, brother. God bless, man. Yeah, I hope I answered your question though, Smokey. I would go with 2. I think Loki didn't actually eat the fruit. It's fake news. It's fake news. And the legendary fruit is actually the Nika fruit. That's what I would go with. But I understand that it could be option 1. Yes, Smokey. Yeah, it could be. It could be the case that the legendary fruit of Elbaf, Loki ate it, and it's like the Jormungandr, or Loki ate it and it's the Nidhogg. Bro, I can completely see that. Like, if that is the case, I totally understand. But I would lean towards him not eating it because it's the Nika fruit. Let's see. If Loki has no devil fruit, why put him in sea stone chains? The giants fought him. They know his power. Oh, that's actually a good point. That's actually a good point. Was it confirmed that it was sea stone chains? L with the 20 months. God bless, bro. Bro, if you don't put Smokey as a sponsor right now, thank you, bro, with the 20 months. Yo, chat, we need to get some WLs. Get some WLs. 20 months, man. Hey, L, you know you're on your road to 2 years of memberships, bro? 2 years of memberships. I think L has the longest running membership, because the other longest that I remember was 19 months, and I think that was like last week. Who was that? I think it was Pakes. Was it Pakes? Pakes came into the chat the other day, and he dropped his 19th membership. But this man, L, 20 months. Yo, that's real, bro. That's real loyalty. That's real friendship right there. Thank you so much, man. Would have been the last 3 channels? Nah, the last 2 channels. Or the last 1 channel. Smokey with a 10 again, brother. Thank you so much. God bless, man. Fun fact: Oda put it in the SBS that if Blackbeard had a real work hobby, it would be archaeology. Yeah, so like that's another thing is like, did Blackbeard know about his father Zebek through research? Simon, new member to the Three-Eyed Tribe. Yo, Wyman. Let's get some Wymans in the chat, bro. He's finally a member of the Three-Eyed Tribe, bro. Yo, how you guys feeling, by the way? Smokey, chat, L, King J. Maybe not King J, because King J doesn't live in the US, but everyone that lives in the US, how are you guys feeling? Is it not like 3 a.m. for you East Coast viewers? You guys are really awake right now, watching the psychopathic ramblings of a One Piece fan at 3 a.m. What are you doing with your life, chat? It's 3 a.m. You're sitting here watching a One Piece rant about devil fruits and Zebek. But Smokey, to go back to your super chat, it's like if Blackbeard's real work hobby, or like his real world hobby, was archaeology, then maybe that could kind of lead us to believe that he learned about Zebek and his plan through research. But my question would be on that is like, how? Because sure, I get it. In this chapter, it says Rox also explained his plan at the end of the chapter. First, he needed 2 legendary devil fruits. So if Blackbeard was reading into history and he learned of that, that means someone wrote that down? Well, the world government wouldn't write that down. The world government wanted to erase Zebek from history. Why would the world government be like, all right, we need to erase Zebek from history. Nobody can know anything about Rox, but let's write a whole bunch of stuff about him and what his plan was. You know? Why would they do that? I don't understand that. That doesn't really make any sense to me. So, did the Rox pirates write it down? Did the Rox pirates document this? Like, how? Like, if Blackbeard learned about Zebek's plan, the 2 devil fruit plan, how? Where would he read that from? It wouldn't be on a poneglyph, right? I highly doubt that. I mean, actually, I don't know. Maybe it's possible. Maybe, maybe Zebek, maybe he had a Kazuki, and Zebek wrote a note on a poneglyph, bro. Because, hey, Roger had a Kazuki, and Roger had Odin writing on poneglyphs. We're on the same wavelength. We are on the same wavelength, bro. We're saying the same exact thing at the same exact time. If Roger can sign a note, if he could sign a poneglyph with Odin on Skypea, who's to say that maybe Zebek didn't write his plan on like a poneglyph in Hachinosu? Actually, no, that wouldn't work. I was going to say maybe Zebek wrote his 2 devil fruit plan and put it on a poneglyph in Hachinosu. But like, I mean, Blackbeard didn't go to Hachinosu until after Marineford. And Blackbeard already had that plan of 2 devil fruits at Marineford. So Blackbeard would have had to have read that poneglyph on Hachinosu sometime before Marineford. But I think that's actually unlikely. Blackbeard's mother told him before her tragic death. I guess that's, see, like that is Life Bearer. I would say like that. I would say like, how do I word this? Like I could see that being the case, but I would need some indicators on why that would be the likely answer, Because right now we don't know what his mom looks like. We don't know what her name is. We know nothing about Blackbeard's mom. Now, that's not to say, oh, well, it can't be that. That's not what I'm saying. It's just like, I feel like we kind of have to go out on a limb for that, you know? So yeah, it could be the case, but I want some more information on Blackbeard's mom, you know, some more information on his family and stuff like that. That would definitely help. Man, this ended up being a really good spoiler stream, like a really good chapter. And guys, there is a break next week, but since it's a magazine break, usually the chapter releases very early from the magazine breaks. Okay. So what will probably happen is maybe the chapter releases like next week, but since it is a break, there'll still be another break. You get what I'm saying? So it'll be this chapter, then 1157, then it'll be a break, right? Would it be another break after? Because it's supposed to be a break after 1156. This chapter, we're getting this chapter this week, but a break after it. Then the magazine chapter. So I think it would be this chapter that we get this week. Then next week is 1157, followed by a break, because we were supposed to get a break after this, but it would be leaking early, so the break is pushed back. Does that make sense, chat? It's not like we get 2 chapters just because it leaks early. Either way, there's still a break. It just delays when the break is. Blackbeard is called Marsha D. Teach, not Roxy Teach, so he knows her enough to take her name. Yeah, so here's the thing, right? Blackbeard could have been named that by his mom without his knowledge. That's also a possibility. Like, his mom could have been like, oh no, I can't let the world know that he's the son of Zebek. He's just going to take my name. And she made the world believe that her son's name was Marshall D. Teach, you know, to protect her son. And maybe Blackbeard had to do research. Maybe Blackbeard learned from somebody that he was actually the son of Zebek. And then he was like, later on, he was like, oh, you know what? I'm just going to stick with this name. I'm going to keep it low key. I'm going to keep it under wraps for my advantage that I'm the son of Zebek. See, like there's a lot of different possibilities because we just don't have enough information. Does that make sense? He became an orphan much later in the story, so him and his sisters were raised by his mother. Oh yeah. I mean, that is true because we saw Blackbeard as a child getting picked up by the Whitebeard crew. We did see that. But my question is, like, how soon did he become an orphan? Like, was he an orphan the past day? Was he an orphan the past month? Was he an orphan the past year? Was he an orphan the past 5 years? You know what I mean? L with the 333. God bless, bro. This got to go to a 333 now. Hey, another 11 minutes. Then we all go to sleep. You guys in the US, you guys go to bed. I take a nap. Is that the plan? Is that the plan, chat? We're going to be live for another 11 minutes. If you guys have any final stream elements donations, if you guys have any final theories, hot takes, I don't know, questions, we got 11 minutes. Let's end at 3:33 exactly, okay? It is currently 3:22. If Blackbeard was raised by his mother, she definitely told him about Zebek. It's 3:30 or it's 3:22 for me. So we know Whitebeard told Ace he knew he was Roger's son, or he understood could have been the same with Blackbeard. Yeah, I mean, that's a fair point. I do see, and we've spoken on this before, the parallels and inversions of Blackbeard and Ace, where it seems like both of them took their mother's maiden name. Or is it surname? Whatever you call it. They both took their mother's last name, but then they both are inversions of each other. One is darkness, one is light. Blackbeard inherited the will of his father, but Ace is an inversion. He hated his father. So we do see parallels and inversions between Ace and Blackbeard. So perhaps you know, Ace's mom, you know, really loved Ace and stuff like that. Perhaps it was like the same case for Blackbeard. Blackbeard's mom really loved him, but maybe Blackbeard was able to spend more time with his mom than Ace. If we aren't watching evil streams at 3 a.m. with lotion/lube and tissue papers nearby, are we even One Piece fans? King J, what the helly? No. That would make you a sane One Piece fan. Bro, King J, was it you? Yo, this man, chat, this man, Pew Piece. Like, I saw it this morning or like last night. I think I like woke up in the middle of the night or something. I saw a Pew Piece. Apparently, he posted. It looked like it was like a Discord screenshot. Apparently, Pew Piece, and maybe it was a fake Pew Piece. Maybe it wasn't even him. It could have been someone cosplaying as Pew Piece. But it was a screenshot, and Pew Piece is like, gonna wake up, drink a coffee, take a shower, then goon, and then I'll drop the spoilers. And I'm just thinking, bro, one, you're gooning. Chat, never goon. Don't do that self-abuse, that degeneracy. And then two, it's like, really, Pew Piece, you're gonna delay dropping the spoilers. You have the ability, you have the means of releasing the spoilers to the One Piece community, but you're not gonna do it. You're gonna delay it so that you can goon. Yo, this is what I'm talking about. Pure degeneracy, bro. And you know what? Anime doesn't help it, bro. I think anime makes people more comfortable for that self-abuse, the gooning. Chat, it has to stop. Don't do it. It is a psyop from the Jays. It's not clean. It's unhygienic. It's nasty. That's not what we're made for. You gotta fuel and feed degeneracy to even do that in the first place. Oftentimes, chat, never goon, please. Wong Wokey with the 10. Here's an inversion. Blackbeard hated his mom and grew up respecting his dad. Ace, like you said, loved his mom and hated his dad. Oh. Hey, I could see it, man. I could see it. But maybe the reason why Blackbeard always held on to his name is because he wants to hide the Rock's surname and use it for his advantage. It would be too big of a target on his back if people knew he was the son of Zebek. So he has to be low key. You know what I'm saying? Like, he can't let the world know that he's the son of Zebek. That is too much attention on that, bro. The world government will go after him. They'll stall him, delay him, foil his plans. He has to keep it under wraps. Pew's screenshot was real. I'm disappointed, bro. Chat, please don't be influenced to goon. It is not good. It's terrible. You guys are better than that. But King J, read this super chat, bro. I think Smokey might actually have a good point. There's a lot of parallels and inversions between Blackbeard and Ace. There's a lot. Blackbeard named his ship Saber as Beck. He's proud of his heritage. Yeah. Because you would still have to like kind of answer why, like, okay, well, why would Blackbeard not rename himself or like correct people or whatever? I think it's to hide his lineage. I'm not even necessarily saying because he's ashamed or anything like that, but more so about keeping it a secret to his advantage. Like, if they knew he was the son of Zebek, that would put too much of a target on his back and it would foil his plans. People would spy on him. It would just cause more trouble than good. In fact, I don't know if it would really help Blackbeard at all if people knew he was Zebek's son. It would only make his job harder. Like, look at Marineford War. Did it help Luffy when they realized he was the son of Dragon? No, it didn't. They literally started targeting Luffy on Marineford because they realized he was the son of Dragon. Look at Ace. Why was there so much fuel to kill Ace and publicly execute Ace? Because he was the son of Roger. So if Blackbeard was known worldwide to be the son of Zebek, that's just gonna make it so annoying for him. It's gonna make it a lot difficult for him to enact his plans and to take over and stuff like that, because he's too busy having to swat all these flies and these mosquitoes away. Otherwise, you have to explain why Blackbeard never revealed that, either by correcting his name, telling people. Like, Blackbeard hasn't, as far as we know, Blackbeard hasn't even told people. And if he did, they're not mentioning it. They're not mentioning it either. Like, so you're kind of forced in a corner into saying that, yeah, Blackbeard is kind of hiding that he's the son of Zebek, not because he hates Zebek, but because it's most likely to make his agenda easier. Not even his crew are talking about it. The world government's not talking about it. Sengoku didn't mention it. Literally, no one has mentioned it. The only reason we know Blackbeard is the son of Zebek is because of an info box from the narrator. And Smokey with the 10. All right, I think we're going to wrap this up here. We're going to go off on this super chat, and we're going to end the stream at 3:33. All right, guys? Smokey with the 10. Thank you so much, brother. I greatly appreciate you 1,000-fold. You are a legend, a man amongst men. And chat, thank you for being here. God bless everyone. Have a beautiful morning, day, or night, wherever you guys are. Take care. Get some good sleep. Get some good rest. Drink some water. Eat some healthy food. Get some workouts in, chat. Go get some cardio. Go lift. Do what you got to do, chat. Take care of yourselves. Grow your relationship with God. Continue being drawn to him. Smokey says, I could believe it. Blackbeard is highly intelligent for looking like a hippo. Yeah, bro. Blackbeard is like, he's an opportunist. He has plans. He's intelligent. He's cunning. He wants to do things that work for the best of his behavior. And then I see this Smokey with the 20 bomb, bro. He's like, all right, last minute, I'm just throwing supers. Thank you, brother. God bless. Katarina and Van Auger knew Blackbeard had special lineage. X-Convo. Actually, that's true, bro. That's true. You're right. I forgot about that. That is true. They mentioned that Blackbeard comes from a special bloodline. Van Auger and Katarina reacted to that. Saturn said that. That's Smokey, that's a good point. I totally forgot about that. You're right. Dang. Well, either way, it's still not really widely known, though. Like, yes, fair point. But it's still not really known. Like, think about it. No One Piece fan was able to say for certain that Blackbeard is the son of Zebek until we got that info box. True or false? Hey, chat, I'm gonna give you guys an option. You guys have 1 second to do this. If you guys want to go to sleep and end the stream, spam the number 2. If you guys want to continue with the stream longer, press number 1. Now, if I don't see enough like individual, unique people spamming 1, then we'll just end the stream, all right? So if you guys want to just keep streaming and keep going, you guys aren't ready to end the stream, you guys got to keep spamming 1 in the chat. I need to see unique people. It can't be like only 2 different people saying 1. It has to be a lot of different people saying 1. Viswa 2. Viswa, you just woke up, bro. It's only 3:33 p.m. for me. I'm not tired, but eventually I will have to go. At some point later, I will have to make dinner, get a workout in, and prepare something for work tomorrow. Dawn of Ascension saying 1. I know Dawn of Ascension's bored at work. Yo, where's Smokey? Is Smokey saying 2? I see everyone saying 1. Simon said 1. Life Bearer. L. Stan D man. God bless, bro. Everyone except Smokey and Viswar saying 1. I might just be listening in. Yo, don't tell me you're gonna be sleeping and using this as like ASMR, brother. Don't tell me that. Don't tell me that. Don't say that. There's a big group in Israel that loves your channel. Yo, shout out to Israel, man. Shout out to every country. Shout out to every group of people. When I say shout out to Israel, I don't even necessarily mean the physical state per se, but more so shout out to the people. Shout out to Jews. May they please convert for the salvation of their souls, for their well-being. But yeah. Oh, Smokey said 1. I didn't even see it. Smokey, I didn't even see you say 1, man. ASMR evil? Don't do that. No. We're not doing the ASMR, bro. We're not. All right, so chat, what else? What else do we need to talk about this stream? It's fun, man. Dude, who would have thought? Like, don't get me wrong. The spoilers today, they're pretty cool, right? They're pretty cool. But we're going a lot of different directions. We were talking about the One Piece treasure. We were talking about the Red Line, the ancient weapons, Blackbeard's heritage, Zebek's 2 fruits. What else, chat? What else, man? What else, bro? My voice is not soothing, man. I have an annoying nasally voice, bro. I have like a nerd voice, man. Like my voice is like nerdy. I sound like a dweeb. See, bro, I gotta lift more. Lift. Raise the testosterone. I gotta have that emu voice, bro. I'm not gonna stop until my voice sounds like emu. Did you talk about the Kuja was big part of the spoiler? I mean, we talked a little bit about it because we mentioned the possibility of Luffy's mom being from Amazon Lily. But other than that, I don't really have much to say. It doesn't really seem that interesting. I mean, you got a love triangle, I guess. I mean, I didn't really care too much about the Kuja stuff in this chapter. Oda messaged you on Instagram. Bro, you reminded me. Yo, chat, you guys will never believe this, bro. Yo, chat, you guys will never believe this, man. You guys will never believe this, bro. Chat, peep this, man. Peep this, bro. Look at this. Look at this, chat. Look at it. Look at it. Look at that. Hey. How amazing. Hey, read it and weep. Read it and weep. What is the solution to develop a black blade? What's the catalyst? Bro, honestly, black blades is like one of those topics that I haven't went deep on before. I'm not even gonna lie, bro. Whether it's like on stream or in video or even off stream, bro, I haven't put that much thought into black blades. The only thing I could really say or think of is like someone has an immense amount of hockey. They have sharp hockey control and probably a deep relationship with their blade. And then it becomes a black blade. Other than that, bro, I have no idea what to say about black blades. Chat, what do you guys think, man? Because I don't know, bro. Excuse me. Well, what is it about black blades? And then another 10 by Smokey. God bless. Thank you, brother. Is it sword connection hockey or skill? It might even be both, bro. There's hardly any black blades in One Piece. So it's probably it's probably very difficult to do. You need a lot of hockey. You need hockey control. You need swordsmanship skill. You need hockey skill. You need a deep relationship with the blade. It's probably a combination of things. It's not only like just being good with swords. It's probably all those things. What do you guys think, chat? Thank you so much, Smokey. I can't thank you enough, man. Why? What is the case for black blades? And don't tell me paint it black. Because if Mihawk painted his sword black, what does that tell you about Shanks? I'm telling you, you guys want to keep downscaling, go ahead, be my guest. Downscale Mihawk. Because if you're going to do that, you're only going to downscale Shanks, bro. And if you upscale Shanks, you're only going to upscale Mihawk. And Simon with the 2. Thank you, brother. God bless. The sword leaves its baby mama, and boom, black blade. Okay, I didn't say that. That is not my theory. That is not my take. I don't even co-sign that. I don't know why he would say that. I don't know how he came up with that idea, but Simon, that is insane. But I don't know. Simon might have the pass to say that, chat. You never know. That's insane, bro. That is insane. I didn't laugh. I did not laugh. I didn't laugh. Yo, where's Amuni right now? Amuni, did you fall asleep? I know this man, Amuni. Bro, I guarantee you this is what Amuni did, because Amuni loves doing this on Fortnite, bro. We'll be playing Fortnite, or like, we're going to hop on Fortnite, right? Amuni will do this, bro. He'll be like, all right, yo, bro, I'm going to go put my son to bed. Or is it? No, it's his son. I'm going to put my son to bed. Bro, he just disappears, and it turns out he knocked out. He fell asleep. Amuni, were you putting your son to sleep right now? Because I haven't seen you in this chat for like an hour. Did you go to put your son asleep and you just knocked out? But let's get back to the Black Blade stuff. Chat, what is the verdict? What is the verdict on Black Blades? Why are Black Blades existing in One Piece? How are Black Blades formed? What do you need to make a Black Blade? Like, Indian? You need India to make a Black Blade? Maybe it was just Ryuma and Mihawk who had enough hockey to turn a blade black, one tier above Roger. Shanks is back. Yo, scaling Mihawk above Roger always upsets people. I'm telling you, bro. When people see you scaling Mihawk over Roger, they lose it, bro. But, I mean, I know I was going off, like, in the beginning of the stream. King J, I don't know if you were here. It was, like, right at the beginning. I was going off on Oda because I don't really like how Oda has like this anti-Pirate King agenda. I don't really like that, but I do understand it from a certain aspect where it's like Roger's infamous not because he was like the strongest dude. Roger's infamous because he's the only guy to gather 4 road poneglyphs and go to Laugh Tale to circumnavigate the globe. That's why Roger's famous. But Mihawk, that's not why he's famous. Mihawk's not famous because he got 4 road poneglyphs and made it around the world. Mihawk doesn't care about any of that. Mihawk is famous because of his strength. World's strongest swordsman. Is Kaido famous because he went to Laugh Tale? No. Kaido is famous because he's the world's strongest creature. Why is Whitebeard famous? Because he went to Laugh Tale? Because he claimed the One Piece? No. Whitebeard is famous because he's the world's strongest man. So, you know, from a sense, like I can understand where it's like, you know, Roger wasn't fodder, right? I don't think anyone would argue that Roger's fodder. I think like if someone tried to say Roger's fodder, I don't even know what they're talking about. But should we really think that he's the strongest character? I mean, even look at the context of him gathering the poneglyphs. He got a free poneglyph on Skypiea. He got a free poneglyph in Fishman Island. He got what was almost nearly a free poneglyph in Whole Cake Island. And then he pretty much got a free poneglyph in Wano. Bro got free poneglyphs. Luffy had a fight for the Wano poneglyph, technically. Even Whole Cake Island, like, you know, it wasn't like a grand battle with Big Mom, but it was, you know, there was some trouble in that. Do you get what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Does that make sense to you, chat? Nah, bro, calling my boy a fraud. Who's a fraud? Shanks literally one-shot Kid. Bro, I'm pretty sure Mihawk could one-shot Kid. If that, you remember in Marineford, Mihawk chopping that glacier? Bro, if that shot hit Kid would die. Come on, bro. Are we really going to say like, oh, well, Mihawk never one-shot Kid? It's like, really? Are you... is that the argument, bro? Bro got off the chair and was the same height. Bro, you're not funny. You're not funny, bro. L, you're a clown, man. I hope Abigna overtakes you as the best memer of the channel. You weren't even here earlier, L. You joined late. Abigna was roasting everybody. He was memeing everybody, even me. He's going to overtake you, bro. Watch. One day, Abigna is going to be known as like the best memer. Smokey with the 5. Thank you, brother. God bless. Wealth, fame, power. Roger had it all. He was still known for strength. Mihawk even said that path was harder. Well, here's the thing, right? That's true. He was talking to Luffy. Mihawk was talking to Luffy, and he said that Pirate King is harder. But here's the key thing. Is it harder because of strength alone? Like if, like, let's say you wanted to be Pirate King. Is the one and only thing that matters strength? I feel like people would say no, right? Like if you ask someone, hey, would to become Pirate King, would you say the one and only thing that matters is strength? People would probably say, no, you need this, right? So what is my point? My point is, even though becoming Pirate King is harder, it doesn't necessarily mean that it relies solely on strength and that Roger was the strongest. You get what I'm saying? Like, just because someone was the strongest person in the world, that wouldn't make them Pirate King. You get what I'm saying? You need reputation. You need to have a lot of friendships. You need to have a whole bunch of islands under your belt. You need to have a whole grand fleet. You need to, in a way, you need to be like a politician. You get what I'm saying? So now when you look at World's Strongest Swordsman versus Pirate King, you could say like, oh, well, Pirate King matters a lot more because it's harder. But that doesn't necessarily, how do I say this? That doesn't necessarily conflate with World's Strongest Swordsman. You get what I'm saying? That would be like saying, how do I say this? What's a good comparison? Okay, let's say let's say it like this, right? Let's say let's say Pirate King, right, is like being a football player, right? And let's say being World's Strongest Swordsman or Swordsman is a painter, right? Sure, playing football would be harder than painting. But does that mean that like the best football player makes let's just say money in terms of like strength, right? Does that mean the best football player makes more money than the best painter of all time? Not necessarily. Now, what I'm comparing is the money from painting and football versus strength of Pirate King and World's Strongest Swordsman. You get what I'm saying? Mihawk hasn't beaten us, Juro. Bro, like, see, like, this is exactly what I was telling Dawn of Ascension and King J, bro. This is exactly what I was talking about. Yo, I don't even care about agenda piece, Admiral agenda, Mihawk agenda, Shanks agenda. Bro, I don't even care about that stuff. Power scaling, I actually don't care. My problem is argumentation. Like if someone, like I don't even care what the conclusion of something is. If I see someone use like a bad premise or like a bad argument, then like I'm gonna counter argue them. I don't care what the conclusion is. I don't even care what the agenda is. I don't like bad arguments. So when it comes to power scaling, for some reason, I see like the worst arguments. So, for an example, and Buggy D Clown, don't take this personally, bro. Don't take this personal, okay? Like, someone would say, like, Mihawk hasn't beaten Nesjuro. That is not a good argument because literally, when Saturn came down onto the blue sea, right, onto Egghead, what did Saturn say? He said, "Oh, it's been a while since I've been in the lower world." Bro, the Gorosei don't even leave the room of authority, man. So how can you say like, oh, well, the dude that sits in the room of authority 24/7, he hasn't lost to someone who's on the blue sea 24/7. It's like, how would you even like, I don't even understand that. They're in two different worlds. If Mihawk was gonna fight Nesjuro, Mihawk would have to go through the trouble of going up to Marie Joie, fighting his way through the Holy Land, going all the way to Pangea Castle, just to be like, no, I don't want to fight any of you. I'm looking for Nesjuro. Like, really, bro? Really? And then Smokey with the 10. Thank you, brother. God bless. Rogers over Mihawk until he gets off his butt. All right, let's ask the chat. Guys, chat, who do you got in a 1v? We're talking prime. Fight to the death. Who wins? Goldie Roger, who got free road poneglyphs. Free. Swordsman, by the way, right? Maybe? Or Mihawk. Don't let that Pirate King agenda fool you. Roger got free poneglyphs, bro. He didn't have to fight Kaido. He didn't have to fight Big Mom. And don't even let me hear about God Valley. You literally had Garp with you, bro. You literally had Garp with you. I'm pretty sure Garp at that point was stronger than Big Mom at that point, stronger than Kaido at that point. Really, everyone's saying Roger, bro. Everyone's saying Roger, man. That's wild. Yo, is anyone saying Mihawk? Is anyone saying Mihawk? Hold on, chat. I need to plug my laptop in. It's gonna die. Who lives in a pineapple under the sea? Smokey Gabon. Hold on, chat. I need to plug in my laptop. I don't want it to die. Let me plug in my laptop and charge it. Is this even working, bro? Roger fans think Supreme Grade Blades isn't a huge power-up when the same people said Great Grade Blades Enma was a power-up. Oh, yeah, that's kind of being hypocritical, bro. Isn't that just being like hypocritical? Wait. What happened? Bro, the laptop was charging and then it stopped. Hold on, guys. Okay, I got it. Okay. Isn't that just being hypocritical? Roger fans think Supreme Grade Blade isn't a huge power-up, right? You guys wouldn't say that Mihawk having a Supreme Grade Blade isn't enough when it comes against going to when it comes to fighting Roger. But then you guys are also saying that Zoro had a huge power-up because of his Great Grade Blade. That actually doesn't make any sense. So Mihawk is the one with the Supreme Grade Blade, right? Yoru is a Supreme Grade Blade. Yeah, so look, Yoru, Mihawk's sword is supreme grade blade. But then let's look at Ace, the sword, right? It was a cutlass? Or no, it was a saber. Where's the Ace sword? Oh, it was the supreme sword. Either way, Roger had a supreme grade sword, right? And Mihawk had a supreme grade sword. That has to count for something, right? How can you downplay Mihawk with Yoru, right? But then by the same token, tell us, oh, well, it's unfair. Zoro had a great grade blade because Enma, being a great grade blade, made him so much stronger, right? It was a power up for Zoro. But then you don't hold the same standard for Yoru. Yoru is supreme grade sword, but Enma is a great grade sword. They're not even in the same bracket. They're not even in the same bracket. World's strongest man, world's strongest creature, world's strongest swordsman. Yo, you can't say like one greater than the other like that, because that would be like saying world's best cheeseburger, world's best pizza, world's best ice cream. Because like, would you say that humans are creatures? Let me ask you that. Let me ask you that. Would you say that a man is a creature? Because I would definitely say that. I would say yes. A human man is a creature, right? But you would probably say that Whitebeard would lose to Kaido, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you say that? Whitebeard, bro, that man, Whitebeard is powerful. I would never downplay Whitebeard, but wasn't he like 80? Wasn't he like out of his prime? Isn't Kaido like in his prime now? Look, this man Whitebeard, 72. Isn't Kaido like 55 or something like that? Let me double check. I think he's like 50, 52 or something. I might be wrong. Oh no. He's 59. Kaido is 59. Whitebeard was 72. I think Kaido was much more in his prime than Whitebeard, but you would still say like, but you're arguing that because because man is a higher tier than creature, Whitebeard is stronger than Kaido. Okay, let me ask you, who's winning? Marineford Whitebeard, who is having heart attacks, or modern day Kaido, who's 59? Answer that, chat. Answer that. Who wins? 72-year-old Whitebeard who is having heart attacks, or modern day Kaido who is 59? Who's winning? Kaido. But wait a second. Weren't we just saying that world's strongest man is higher than creature? I think it's exactly what I was saying. Look, someone even said Kaido easy diff. So this is exactly my point, though. This is exactly my point. World's strongest man, world's strongest creature, world's strongest swordsman. That's like world's best pizza, world's best cheeseburger, world's best pasta, world's best ramen. You get what I'm saying? Garp stronger than Kaido? I don't know, bro. How old is Garp? I think he's 80, isn't he? Pushing 80? Bro is 78. I don't know if Garp's in his prime anymore, my guy. I don't know if he's in his prime anymore. I'm not going to lie to you, bro. Now, am I saying that Garp is fodder? No, of course not. Of course, I'm not saying Garp is fodder or Whitebeard is fodder or Roger's fodder. No, I would never say that. But at some point, you hit a decline, right? This man Whitebeard was having heart attacks. Luffy's goal is way above Roger. I mean, yes and no. Like Luffy and Roger, they have the same dream. So on paper, they have the same goal. But I mean, we would probably, King J, you're probably going to argue that Luffy is going to actually liberate the world and take down the world government, which is higher. So I would say yes and no. It just depends on how you're saying it or what you mean. By what I think I know what you mean, King J, and I would agree. But it depends on who's saying it. Like, how, well, not who's saying it, but it depends on what they're trying to argue. We don't know Luffy's dream. I mean, yeah, but the point is that Luffy had the same dream as Roger. Yeah, and Roger failed his dream. So, like, I mean, I'm pretty sure One Piece fans believe that Luffy will accomplish his dream, right? Even though that is something unconfirmed, I'm pretty sure like 99% of One Piece fans would be like, yeah, of course Luffy will complete his dream. Bro, go ask any One Piece fan. Will Luffy complete his dream? I'm pretty sure like any like average fan that watches the anime every once in a while, they're gonna be like, yeah, of course he would, bro. Look at how Luffy saved Wano. Look at how Luffy saved Dressrosa. Of course Luffy's gonna accomplish his dream. Wait, but Roger failed his dream. So I see what you're saying. How do you know? It's because in what arc was it? I think it was Shabandi. Shanks at some point mentioned that Luffy said the same words as Roger. And the context of that was Luffy's true dream. Moreover, when you look at Roger announcing his dream to Odin and Whitebeard, it is the same exact depiction as Luffy telling his true dream to Sabo and Ace. So it's most certainly the case that Luffy and Roger hold the same dream. I think it's very clear. And also, just looking at the overall narrative of the plot, Luffy and Roger are foil characters. I think like most people realize that. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to say. You know, I respect you, King J. I'm just messing around. Bro, Smokey. King J, he's cool, bro. Hey, Smokey, you're cool. King J's cool. Simon's cool. Yo, everyone in the chat, we're all cool, bro. We just love debating, bro. It's in our masculine nature, bro. We just like debating, throwing shots. You know? It's in our nature. US Luffy over Joy Boy over Roger. Source, common sense. So saying that Mihawk can't be above Roger because of Roger being Luffy's goal is a bad take. Check Discord. Honestly, I'm scared to check Discord. Do I have to? Do I have to check Discord? Or can I pass on that? Can I just pass? There's only one king, though? Who decided that Roger became Pirate King? Put that on your tinfoil hat. It was Big News Morgan. He was the one that coined Pirate King. And in chapter 968, 969, you could see direct reference to this. When Roger completed leaving Laugh Tale and circumnavigating the globe, the newspapers pushed out the idea that he was the Pirate King. It was the newspapers. It was Big News Morgan. And then on top of that, we also see Roger and his crew reacting to it. They're like, oh, Pirate King? That has a cool ring to it. That sounds pretty nice. Like it was clearly being depicted that Big News Morgan pushed the term. He coined the term of Pirate King. That was Big News Morgan. My glorious King Mihawk. Bro, is this like a new thing now? Yo, I'm literally just reading the story and telling you what it says, bro. I'm just telling you what the narrative is, bro. You can't say that I believe Mihawk is a glorious king or he's my glorious king or I'm a Mihawk glazer. Bro, don't be upset because someone is telling you the truth, bro. Come on, man. Come on, bro. You're a hater. You're a hater, bro. L pulling up all professionals saying he won't derail or cause mayhem on stream. Yo, look at the tie on him. Bro's holding the suitcase with the tie. Simon, not funny. Not funny, brother. Not funny. Not funny. Don't upscale Mihawk. Bro, I'm literally just reading the story. You think I care who's stronger? I care more about, like, I don't know, chapter 11-15, when they were talking about the two competing ideologies that had a war that caused the Void Century War. See, I care about stuff like that way more than who's stronger, Mihawk or Shanks. Bro, I really don't care. I just think, like, when you read the story, I think, like, it's kind of clear what the answer is. I don't care about power scaling. And when I see people use, like, a bad argument for whatever it is in life, like, I'm going to call out the bad argument. Even someone could literally make a conclusion, right? And I 100% agree with their conclusion. Me and them, we believe the same exact conclusion. But if they have, like, a bad reason, I'm going to disagree with the reason. I think we need more people nowadays to be more logical. How about an attacker versus tanker? Who would win, Garp or Whitebeard? It's a good question. I guess I guess I would need context, you know, like who has more endurance. Because, like, if a tanker has less endurance than an attacker, then maybe the attacker would win. I would need the context. Isn't the person who could name someone Pirate King the actual Pirate King? Well, I wouldn't even say that they're the actual Pirate King, because Pirate King is going to Laugh Tale. Pirate King is circumnavigating the globe. But in terms of having power, yeah, Big News Morgan's has an insane amount of power. Big News Morgan's power is immense. Bro could literally push out any agenda he wants to. Big News Morgan could put out all these agendas, all these narratives, whether they're true or false. Like, he owns the media. Like, Big News Morgan is the media, you know? And we've seen this for a while, but I like to be technical. I would say that the Pirate King is someone who made it to Laugh Tale, the unvisited island. They circumnavigated the globe. So by definition, no, but Big News Morgan obviously has an insane amount of power. Isn't Big News Morgan in hybrid form? I thought he was in, like, his monster form. Chat, do you think Big News Morgan is in his hybrid form or his monster form, animal form? I think it's his animal form, because there's, like, we don't really see human attributes to him. I guess you could say, like, oh, well, he has legs, but I don't know if that's enough. He has legs, he has a fist, but I think this is his animal form. Usually with the hybrid form, isn't it, like, more humanistic, like more human? Can't Morgan just lie? Who will fact check? Yeah, that's true. He could just lie. But see, this is a reflection of the real world. The real world's the same way. And that's why Oda made Big News Morgan in the story. That's why he put Big News Morgan in the story, to let you ponder on the real world. Most people read something and they don't fact check. They don't care if it's true or false. They just instantly believe it. Like, I'll give you an example, an obvious example. Let's say a woman, right? She makes an accusation against a man. Everyone's going to instantly believe it. I meant to say animal form. You're right. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it is hybrid form, but I think it's animal form. But Smokey, it is interesting to wonder, like, who Big News Morgan actually is. Someone people could recognize in his human form. Yeah. Let's continue the idea. What if Morgan says that Buggy was on Laugh Tale and is now the Pirate King? Well, then the world's going to believe it. If Big News Morgan says that, a lot of people are going to buy into it. But, you know, the way I feel is like, I understand the Buggy memes. He fails upwards. Bro, I get all that. I understand all that. I've done a lot of deep dives on Buggy. But I think, like, we don't want to cross the line. Because we would all say that there's a line in the sand, right? Like, we would say, like, Buggy literally killing Luffy and ending his life and killing Emu and becoming king of the world. Like, that's too far-fetched. Like, everyone would say that, right? People would say, like, no, of course Oda wouldn't kill off the main character and have Buggy win and all that. We would say, no, that's crossing the line. So my question would be, okay, well, where is the line in the sand then? Because, like, I kind of feel that when we talk about Laugh Tale, when we talk about becoming Pirate King, when we talk about claiming the One Piece, I think that's a big deal, bro. I think that's a big deal. So should we have the whole world believe that Buggy's the Pirate King? I feel like that's kind of, I don't know. I feel like that's kind of wrong. Like, it's one of Luffy's biggest goals. Luffy only really has two goals. He wants to become Pirate King, and then that Pirate King dream will allow him to do his true dream. So Luffy only really has two goals. Are we really going to take away one of those two goals just for the memes? Like, I don't know. I feel like that's kind of like taking Buggy way too far. It's taking a joke way too far. You know, it's like the same thing as, like, people, like, for an example, right? People say that Usopp will I remember they were saying Usopp will defeat Loki and Usopp will be crowned as, like, the sun god. And then that makes me think, like, really? Shouldn't the One Piece world be knowing the truth? Isn't that like a big theme in One Piece? Isn't that like one of the biggest themes in the whole story? Truth versus propaganda? Truth versus darkness? So, like, you're kind of like you're kind of betraying the themes of truth, the principles of exposure, the principles of transparency, when you say, like, no, make the whole world believe that Buggy's Pirate King. No, make all of Elbaf believe that Usopp is the sun god. It's like you're kind of doing the opposite of what the story should be going towards. But that's just how I feel, bro. That's just how I feel. I feel like Luffy, first of all, not only if Luffy becomes a Pirate King, the world should know the truth. That's the first thing. The world should know what truth is, right? But the second thing is, like, it kind of betrays Luffy, you know? Chat, what do you guys think? Same thing with Sun God on Elbaf, because that seems to be a thing, right? It seems to be a problem. Loki wants to portray himself as Sun God. Road wants to portray himself as Sun God. You see these characters running around. Elbaf should know who the true Sun God is. Well, who is the true sun god? It's Luffy. So why take away the truth just for, like, Usopp because it's funny? Like, I don't know, bro. I'm not really a fan of that. I don't really like that, but it's just my opinion, you know. Just because I feel this way doesn't really mean anything. Like, Oda's not going to be like, oh, well, Evil doesn't really like, he doesn't really like if I would do that. He doesn't really like my idea, so let me write the story in a different way. Bro, first of all, Oda probably doesn't even watch this channel. And second of all, my opinion doesn't matter. But yeah, I would prefer if people got the truth. In the final arc, who will win, the MC or the villain? I think it's the MC. I think Luffy liberates the world. Luffy's a reflection of the Messiah. Well, to put it more precise, Luffy is a fictional Messiah reflecting the real world Messiah. So I think in the end, Luffy ultimately wins. Luffy is a reflection of Jesus Christ. He's a reflection of Jesus of Nazareth, this promised man who, you know, has the form of a god, liberating people, bringing joy, being the savior, coming back after thousands of years, you know. Luffy portrays as Luffy comes as Jesus. Luffy's not really a prophet. Bro has no prophecies. Yeah, I mean, and then when you look at the overall context of the One Piece world, you see like a lot of things that kind of remind you of Christianity, especially like early Christianity, where a lot of the pagan world and a lot of the Jews, they didn't want Christianity to spring. Rome didn't want Christianity to spring. You had Nero, as in Nerona, which, by the way, Nero, he wanted to create his own kingdom of the Neronia kingdom or something like that. Neronia kingdom. But he was stopping Christians. He was burning them alive. You know, hiding all that kind of stuff. It reminds me of like how the early Christians, they used to have like the epistles from the apostles and the epistles from the early church fathers, and they had to like hide them in secrecy so that they wouldn't be hunted down and killed. Kind of reminds me of like poneglyphs. And then you have like Emu being the Antichrist, you know, ruling the world, being the king of the world, or even in a certain light, the god of the world, until the true God actually comes back and takes him down, right? So Emu plays that role of the Antichrist, but I also believe Emu simultaneously plays the role of Satan. So it's not like Emu is only Satan or Emu is only Antichrist. I think Emu is Satan and Antichrist, ruling the world from the shadows as an entity of pure evil, in rebellion of God, in rebellion of the true God, ultimately taken down by the Messiah. Luffy Bajangan's literally Hanuman. Yeah. Bajang meaning Hanuman. And here I thought Nero was a cool name thanks to Devil May Cry. I've never played those games before. Is that an FPS? Devil May Cry. I've never played those games. I also think Luffy takes after Hanuman and Wukong as well as Jesus. Yeah, definitely. Luffy definitely takes after a lot of characters. Sun Wukong, Hanumanji. Some people say Sun God Ra. I think people say Apollo. A lot of different figures, but yeah, I think one very important prevalent one is the Jesus one. I think like that's one of the more prevalent ones. Same with Emu. I think Emu being inspired by the Antichrist is Satan. I think that's one of the most prevalent ones. In fact, I feel like that's the one that people buy into the most versus like Emu being based off of like some Hindu god, some Hindu deity, or like Emu being based off of like some yokai. I feel like for like when you tell that to people, right? Emu's based off of this one deity in Hinduism. A lot of people like, because the information about Emu is like so scarce, they don't really grab onto it that strongly. You know, or if you say like Emu is based off of a yokai, people are like, oh, well, maybe. I mean, it's kind of similar, but there's like 1,000 yokai, you know. But if you say like Emu is like the devil, Emu is Satan, I feel like everyone's like, oh, yeah, definitely. I can see that, you know. The greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing the world he never existed. Evil Happy pulling up to another stream. Of course, bro. Hey, chat. I'm always happy to pull up and see my boy Twitch clips, see my boy Young Smokey, see my new boy Buggy the Clown, see my boy Simon, see my boy L, see my boy Life Bearer, see my boy King J, see my boy Leon, see my boy Ferasti, see my boy Viswa, see my girl Dawn of Ascension. L starts doing his antics. Oh yeah, true. Wait, I didn't realize there was a second meme. I thought it was only this. Evil Happy pulling up to another stream. L starts doing his antics. Bruh, this is not funny. This is not funny, bro. Can you stop? Stop. I have nothing with Zoro and Mihawk. Stop it. I just think they're awesome characters. Come on. That's funny, though. Zoro and Mihawk. Bro, I need the Zoro and Mihawk Labubus. Bro, I need the Zoro and Mihawk Labubus, man. Hold on, Chad. Hold on. I know a lot of you haven't seen them before. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. Okay, you guys ready? You guys ready? Okay, first off, who do we have? Hiyori. We got Hiyori. Got the Hiyori figurine. Great character of Wano. A lot of people misinterpret her lying about the Kurazumi in Wano, but you know what? That's okay. We got Mr. Sanji. We got Mr. Prince of the Germa Kingdom, which, by the way, you can see is a pretty big Sanji figurine. See that? Yeah, look at that. Bam. Look at that. Bam. Y'all tell this guy I need a Kuma shirt? Bro, go to Uniqlo. Uniqlo is selling a Kuma shirt. That's where I got mine. Then we got the most underrated character in all of One Piece. Sabo. The most underrated character of One Piece. I was a Sabo fan way before the Reverie lore dump of him saving Cobra and all that. I've been a Sabo fan. Then we got another amazing character of One Piece. Actually, he might be better than Sabo. Law. Yeah, look at that Law, bro. Look at that boy Law. One of the best backstories of all time. Ace 2.0. Yo, Life Bearer, I love you, bro. But that is such a stupid take. We got Sabo. We got Law. Phenomenal backstory. Actually has a good dream. A lot of funny moments. Sick design. Insane Devil Fruit. We got Sanji again. Unbox the One Piece merch. Chat, do you guys want a One Piece unboxing? Then we got Frankie. Guys, I have a whole One Piece haul. I have like 100 items in a One Piece package right now. You guys want to see? I haven't even opened them yet. Then we got last one here. Chopper. Look at that boy Chopper. Yeah. All right. Who wants a One Piece unbox? Bro, I just ripped my brown scapular again, man. That's the second time it ripped, bro. Dang, man. Yo, someone, when this stream ends in a bit, remind me to fix my scapular. Okay. Finally. Here we go. One Piece unbox. Look at this, chat. Do you see how humongous this is? Look at this. Look at this. Can you believe this? Look at this. Who's ready for the One Piece unbox? There was a One Piece pop-up. There was a One Piece pop-up. You know we had to go to it. I don't even like One Piece merch that much, but shout out to Dawn of Ascension. She loves One Piece. She loves a One Piece merch. You guys ready? You guys ready? One Piece merch. Here we go. We're gonna do a One Piece unbox. Bro, we haven't even unboxed this yet. So first of all, chopper blanket. Chopper blanket. We got the chopper blanket. You know, we got to stay cozy. We got to stay warm, especially in the winter. Got our boy Chopper blanket. Okay. Then we got a One Piece tote bag, you know, in case we go grocery shopping. We need to put some items in here. Got to put some fruits, put some veggies, put our meat in here. Little tote bag, you know, so shopping's a bit easier. Put some stuff in there. traveling. Then we got a little box so we could store some stuff in here. You know, makeup, I don't know, nail clippers, just store pencils, just store some stuff in here, a little box. And then there's another one, right? There's a few of these. So one is Sanji, one is Straw Hats. Got a pink one for Chopper. Store some items in here. All right. Now I'm holding a devil fruit. Whoever can tell me what, or tell me about the character, whose devil fruit am I holding right now? I will give a big shout out to the person who can get it. I am holding, this is a fruit. I know a lot of you know this fruit. Everyone knows this character, right? I am holding a plushie of someone's devil fruit. Who is it? Who can tell me? And yeah, those boxes I just showed, they are stackable. No, it's not the Nika fruit. Who can tell me? Come on, come on. Law's fruit? Nope, it's not Law's. It's not Luffy's. It's not Law's. It's everyone's gonna keep saying Law. It's not Law. It's not Sabo. King J wins. The Hito no Mi. Chopper's devil fruit. You see the mushroom? It's a little plushy. And this is comfortable, bro. I'm not even gonna lie. I could sleep on this. This is comfortable. Let's go. If they had the Ope no Mi, I would have got it. We got a little one-piece bucket hat. It's actually not for me. It's for Dawn of Ascension. It's a cute little one-piece bucket hat. I'm not rocking bucket hats. I can't do it. You know, we got to rep One Piece out on the streets. All right. Now I am holding a pillow. This is a certain character's bounty poster. Who can tell me who it is? Who can tell me who it is? I am holding a certain character's bounty poster. It is a pillow of their bounty poster. What character is it? Yo, King J, not funny. Nami? No, it's not Nami. It's not Nami. Come on, stop laughing. It's not Zoro. Of course you guys would say Zoro, bro. You degenerates. It's not Dragon. Someone almost got it, but like not really. Someone was very close. I mean, I can't really say you're right because it's technically not that. You're saying the same thing again. Someone is very close, but they're still technically wrong. Don't say the same thing again. I'm reading the chat. Come on, I don't think someone said it. Someone is extremely close, but it's not that. It's not Sabo. It's not Nika. Bro, you're just saying it's not Nika. I mean, it's technically not Nika. There's your hint. It's not Ace. It's not Sabo. Thank you. This man, yo, Buggy D Clown. You said Gear 5, and I was like, oh, you're close, but that's technically not it. Then you said Gear 5 again. Then you said Nika. Luffy. Yeah, the original bounty poster. You know, we got a rep. Come on, it's technically not Gear 5 or Nika or Joy Boy. That's what I was telling you, bro. Technically, no. Come on, man. You can't just say the same thing again. But we got the Luffy bounty poster. Look, see? It's 400 million. See, in this original. You were very close, but technically not. Okay, I got another pillow. Well, before the pillow, more of the stackable boxes. Put some items in here. I'm holding a pillow. Who's going to guess what it is? Which, by the way, shout out to Frosty. He got it correct. Next one. I'm holding a pillow. Whose bounty poster is it? Whose bounty poster is it? And yeah, we would have got the Gear 5 one if they had it. They didn't have the Gear 5 one. It's not Robin. I'm holding another bounty poster. And no, it's not Luffy again. It's not Robin. It's not a Robin body pillow. It's not my waifu. It's not Zoro. Come on, chat. Keep guessing. Keep guessing. You all know this character. It's not Law. It's not Nami. Bro, you can't say Robin. Just said it's not Robin. Shout out to Twitch Clips. Chopper. You know we gotta snuggle with cute Chopper. These are actually really like fluffy. Like they feel very nice, bro. It's like a very nice, like it's soft, but it's like a good level of firm. It's like very comfortable. Got the Chopper body pillow. Then we got a bath towel, a one-piece bath towel. You see that? You see? It's a one-piece bath towel. As I said, I just got this from the One Piece pop-up that was in my area like a week or two ago. We had a one-piece pop-up with a Japanese brand, and we've got a bunch of stuff. A one-piece bath towel. I'm going to be using this in Japan. Okay, we didn't even buy this, but they gave us like some, I don't even know. What is this, like a fan? Got some one-piece Jolly Roger fans. We got the Nika fruit sticker. We got this is the Hana Hana no Mi, right, chat? Robin's double fruit. We got some stickers. What is this? I don't even know what this is. We got this. Is this like a card holder? Does anyone know what this is? I don't know what this is. Unseal? You want me to open all these? And then we got a one-piece water cup. This one's actually nice, bro. You guys see this? Look at this. Robin, Jinbei, Zoro, Usopp, Chopper, Luffy, Nami, Sanji, Frankie. Look, Frankie with the Thousand Sunny, Brooke. It's pretty nice. See? You actually fit a good amount of water in here. Got a lot of stuff, chat. And then got a one-piece floor mat. It's a nice floor mat, pretty big. Got the straw hats, egghead straw hats, by the way. Man, if only like all this merch was Elbaf instead of egghead, because I like the Elbaf designs. Like the Elbaf outfits are so cool. Unsealed the towels. Let me see. Okay, so this is the towel, right? I would get a mug like that ASAP. A real life straw hat merch costs 40 USD. Help our boy get one. Nah, Smokey already went ham today, bro. This man Smokey already dropped so many super chats. It's unreal. All right, let's check out this bath towel. I'm just now opening it, guys. I don't know how this is going to actually look in person. Okay, let's check this out. This is a one-piece bath towel. Let's see. Oh, it's a pretty good length. You guys see that? You guys see that? I guess it's meant to be like this. Yeah, look at that. Look at this. Look at this bath towel, man. You know we got to rep the straw hats. Mugiwara's all day, baby. Usopp, Zoro, Jinbei, Chopper, Nami, Sanji, Brooke, Robin, Frankie, and our boy Luffy. Yes, sir. Then the other one. This one. This is a blanket. It's a Chopper blanket. Let's check out the Chopper blanket, guys. Chopper blanket. Oh, this feels so soft. Yo, this is literally silk, man. This is literally silk. Oh, this is a... Oh, whoa. This is a big blanket. Oh, dude, this is big. You see this? Hold on. I think you can... Oh, I think this is like one of those types where depending on how you rub it, it makes like white lines everywhere. But as you can see, it's a pretty big blanket. Look at that boy Chopper. Chopper blanket. And bro, this is so soft, man. This is so soft. I could definitely go to sleep with this. Oh, this feels so nice, man. I'm surprised that, you know, One Piece merch would have such good quality. It's super, super soft. And yeah, that's about it, chat. It was a lot of items, bro. It was a lot of items. Got the Hito Hito no Mi. We love our boy Chopper. Wait, we got Chopper's Double Fruit plushie. We got a Chopper Wanted poster blanket. We got Chopper pillow. Hito Hito no Mi plushie. Yo, we're decked out, man. We love our boy Chopper. Oh yeah, and then we got a Chopper item box, you know, store some items in here. But yeah, Chad, that's about it. That's about it. Man, it would have been nice if we could get like an Ope Ope no Mi plushie. I wanted that, bro. I didn't see one. I don't know if it's because like they sold out or if they just didn't have them. An Ope Ope no Mi plushie, I'd go hard. Yeah. It was cool, man. They had like a One Piece pop-up. Bro, there were so many people at that pop-up. It was insane. Like, I didn't realize that many people out here love One Piece. There were so many people. It was insane. I even saw a video from earlier in the day because I went later in the day at like 2 o'clock or something. I saw a video of the pop-up at like 9 a.m. Dude, there had to have been like 2,000 people in the queue. Like, yo, One Piece is huge, man. One Piece is a worldwide phenomenon. As per reports, Chopper actually has the most merchandise sold, even topping Luffy. Really? Yo, honestly, it makes sense. It makes sense because, like, when you think about Chopper, right, and like merch, it's like really cute, you know? It's cute. It's not really weird or anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like a safe bet, you know? And all the girls, One Piece fans, like female One Piece fans, like the women, they love merch. You know, women are into materials a lot of the time, right? So if a One Piece fan is a girl, she's probably going to buy merch. And if she's going to buy merch, she probably thinks Chopper's cute, you know? A Kaido Devil Fruit plushie. Make Monster Point great again. Bro, make what did they call it? Brain Point, where Chopper can see the weaknesses of people. Make Brain Point great again. Make Brain Point good again. Make it great. I really like the Sabo Labubu and the Law Labubu. I think the Law one is so cool. It has a sword, man. And they actually came with like metal cards. Like the One Piece Labubus, like got the Law, Sabo. It's like a really thick plastic, so it won't break or anything. Sanji, Chopper, Frankie. All right, chat. We've been live almost 5 hours now. Yo, you guys not getting any sleep. Brain power or Brain Point was OP. Bro, 100%. Brain Point had to be nerfed. It was just too good. Did I miss any super chats? Did I miss any super chats or stream elements? I hope I didn't. I don't think I did. All right, chat. For real, we were going to end 3.5 hours in. We were going to end at 3:33. It is now 4:44. So I think we're going to wrap this up here, chat, okay? I wish everyone here a wonderful morning, day, or night, wherever you guys are. We will be live again for 11:56 long summary spoilers, okay? Then, of course, we're going to be live again with the 11:56 chapter reaction, okay? We got some streams coming up. And as I said, guys, there's a break next week, but the leakers are claiming that since it's a magazine break, we're going to get the chapter early. So I don't know. But we'll be doing the summary streams, the spoiler streams, and the chapter reaction streams for that when it happens. During break week, we'll do another open mic stream, okay? And you guys need to hit the notification bell. Hit the noti bell on YouTube, Twitter, Discord, so that you guys can know when I'm going live, okay? And one other thing, this is exclusive news. So, guys, I'm working on making either a WhatsApp group chat or a Telegram group chat. And the point of this is anyone can join. It's going to be exclusive, right? Because there's going to be limited spots. And anyone can join. All you guys can join. And the point of it is that I post spoilers right before, or I post early spoilers. I post stream reminders, or if I'm going to be going live or not going live that day. I'll post encouraging messages. I'll post prayers. I'll post like exclusive behind the scenes stuff. You know, just being more connected with you guys. But I'm trying to figure out if I'm going to do it on WhatsApp or on Telegram, because I put up a poll yesterday. Most of my supporters use WhatsApp, but the options for the group chat on WhatsApp are kind of a problem. So be on the lookout for that. Be on the lookout for that. What I'll do is I'll make a YouTube community post about it. I'll post about it on Twitter, on Discord. I'll try to put it on all my social media accounts so that you guys will be able to join. It's easy, you guys. It'll just be a link. So if you guys have Telegram or if you guys have WhatsApp, you guys can join via link. So yeah, we're gonna have exclusive spoilers, exclusive theories, behind the scenes stuff of, you know, movies and whatever, One Piece news, all type of stuff like that. But be on the lookout for that. King J, I actually might need your help with WhatsApp, because I'll have to explain it to you in DMs, King J, if you don't mind. But stay on the lookout for that, guys. If you guys see any in my Discord channel, all the way at the top, there's a news text channel, and I usually do at everyone. I ping everyone. Stay on the lookout for when I make that group. And I know people are gonna ask why not Discord. It's because with WhatsApp, I feel like it's a bit better to get messages across. You know, when people get that WhatsApp ping on their phone, it's easier for them to get instant notifications about spoilers. They don't miss like if I can't stream for whatever reason, I could just post in the group chat, hey, not going live, and you guys know, or hey, I'm going live in like 30 minutes and you guys know, or you know, just having it on the phone, I feels like a bit better, you know, especially with the nature of Discords, like Discord servers. Every Discord user is in like 1,000 servers, and people can't keep up with pings, you know? Like, I'm sure you guys in the chat listening, you guys know what I'm talking about. You're in like 1,000 Discord servers, and you just can't keep up with the, like, some people have 10,000 Discord notifications. It's just, you can't really keep up with all that, but WhatsApp feels a bit personal. And then I could post, you know, prayers and stuff like that. But yeah, chat, I wish everyone here a beautiful morning, day, or night, wherever you guys are. God bless each and every one of you. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners, now and at the hour of our death. Amen. Take care, everybody. We'll be back very soon for 11:56 long summary. Shout out to everyone here. God bless L, King J, Smokey, the one and only Smokey, Leon, Viswa, Simon, Life Bearer, Twitch Clips, everyone here. Take care, chat. You too, Stanley, man. God bless.
If the world hates you, just remember that it has hated me first. If you belong to the world, then the world would love you as its own. But I chose you from this world, and you do not belong to it. That is why the world hates you. Whoever hates me, hates my Father also. They would not have been guilty of sin if I had not done among them the things that no one else has done. As it is, they have seen what I did, and they hate both me and my Father. They hated me for no reason at all.